I'm not going to waste your time with preamble, let's just get on with the video. The game opens in Iosefka's clinic after a cutscene. One thing to already praise is that the cutscene offers great guidance to the fact that fire damage is a good option against beasts. It's just subtle enough to not come across as overt tutorialization. Movement is the same as in prior games, except for the rolling action. The roll is omnidirectional instead of the 4-directional cardinal roll in Dark Souls, along with giving the player 2 separate rolling modes depending on whether they use the lock-on feature or not. The omnidirectional roll is a massive improvement, especially with how much faster Bloodborne is when compared to its predecessor. The player now has full intuitive control over where the character is positioned during combat, which is a very welcome change. Before the first enemy, the game has developer messages that teach the basic controls. Light attack and lock-on are the only 2 controls that are given to the player as messages before they face their first enemy. Those who are experienced in previous Soulsborne games or gaming as a whole will easily grasp the other controls before they're signposted, but it is interesting that the game holds off on teaching the player the roll button. The reason for this specific tutorial being held off is apparent. The player does not start with a weapon, and the developer's intention is to have the player die to end up in the hunter's dream and thus gain their offensive toolkit. That being said, it's a bit odd that more tutorials are not given before the quote-unquote tutorial boss. Now I know the werewolf isn't a boss, but it is serving the same function as the Asylum Demon. Surprisingly, it manages to serve both functions of the Asylum Demon. The Asylum Demon tested the player on the skills needed to overcome the game to come, but it was also a lesson on the game's presented challenge as one that can be conquered. I covered this in my Dark Souls critique. Speaking of, I should probably mention that this video is a sequel to my thorough critique of Dark Souls. These videos aim to critique every well-regarded game in the Soulsborne series until Elden Ring is covered. I will go through the game chronologically, bringing up topics where most appropriate. I am also limited to only using examples and references from Souls games released before whichever game I am discussing. This critique is written to stand on its own for the most part, and context from the previous video will be provided when necessary. That being said, I do recommend watching the Dark Souls critique before this one for much more added context, especially seeing as statements I feel that I have undoubtedly proven in the Dark Souls video will be stated as such in this one without the added examples and references that were included in that video. If you enjoy this one, you may easily work your way back and watch the Dark Souls video afterward, if you so prefer. Bloodborne is the weirdest Souls game to talk about in this format. It is put on a much higher pedestal than many of the others, and I largely attribute that to Sony's reluctance to free it from the PS4. This video will be critical. It will also give praise. I love Bloodborne, but I'm not going to sugarcoat its issues or overhype its strengths. So, how is the werewolf serving the same aims as the Asylum Demon? To start, it is a test of skill. The player can defeat it if they are skilled enough with the mechanics, even without a weapon. This is especially true of players on repeat playthroughs who understand how to use the backstab mechanic. Without using the backstab to visceral attack the creature, it's about as challenging as beating the Asylum Demon with the broken straightsword. Its attacks are also pretty well telegraphed, so it works well as an introduction to combat. If a player dies, they are given new gear, more tutorial messages, challenge this monster again, and generally defeat it with ease. This short section is a slightly less extensive version of the Undead Asylum in Microcosm. The slight difference between them is the lessons that need to be taught. Dark Souls guided the player to explore, use more of their toolkit, pay attention to the arena, be mindful of environmental hazards, and unlock shortcuts for an easier run back. Bloodborne guides the player to die and try again with better gear, teaches a player that death will be frequent, and that the challenge is conquerable. This difference between the tutorials matches the changes between design philosophies of Dark Souls and Bloodborne. Bloodborne marks a turning point for From Software. It was From's first attempt to focus on the action elements of the Souls games for the majority of the experience. This is a topic that will pop up throughout this video, and the extent of it will be explored in more depth once we get closer to the end of the game. So instead, let's discuss forced player death. I mentioned in the Duke's Archives section in Dark Souls that the forced death doesn't work well because the player has no chance of ever winning. I also said that giving a player a chance at winning wouldn't be a good fix either, because it may cause the player to misinterpret that they're underleveled. Well, the werewolf at the start of Bloodborne manages to be the best case scenario for a forced loss interaction within a Souls game. The first reason is that a player can win or simply run away. The second reason why is that the player is not at risk of losing any blood echoes for this death, as it is right at the start of the game. The third reason is that the player is immediately given gear and is allowed to try again with a stark advantage, meaning that a misconception about being underleveled is not an issue either. Lastly, it provides guidance to the player that in-game deaths are not the be-all and end-all. It enforces that death is to be avoided yet still expected. Jonathan Rogers, the game director for Path of Exile 2, talks about this concept in an interview with Josh Strife Hayes.
If you don't die in a game till like level 30, then the expectation is that you don't die, and then when you die you feel frustrated. Whereas if you kill the player very early on, then the expectation is that you die, and it sets that expectation for the rest of the game.
These reasons all compound into why it ends up working well in this instance. The tutorial overall is definitely no Undead Asylum, but it does accomplish the goal of being short and sweet while still providing enough information to allow a player to progress along this point. Bloodborne wants the player to get into the thick of things instead of spending their first 10 to 20 minutes in a tutorial area, which can be a plus for a lot of players. There are times when games force new players into a drawn-out tutorial, which can very easily kill the flow of a game's opening unless it's done well. It can often turn me off of games too, just like when a game forces tutorials before giving me the ability to open the options menu. This werewolf dies and usually drops blood vials. Even if it doesn't, there are many pickups for them early in Central Yharnam. Time for our first major mechanical discussion, the healing system. The healing system in Bloodborne uses blood vials found throughout the world, which are very thematically appropriate for the game's setting. The player can hold 20 at a time, but can have more than that as backup, meaning that if a player respawns after using 5 of their 20, 5 from their storage will be moved to their character automatically. They are a finite resource in the sense that a player can run out, but can also be farmed and bought using blood echoes so that a player cannot get soft-locked. The limitations of blood vials are what make them far more balanced than Demon's Souls Grass and Dark Souls 2's life gems. No matter how much a player farms for blood vials, they may only ever have a maximum of 20, or a few more depending on which runes the player has equipped. This added limitation does deserve props for improving upon a system within prior games. Having said this, it maintains the issue of needing to farm for healing items. This issue with the blood vials usually won't affect players on subsequent playthroughs as much, but those who are new to the Soulsborne series with Bloodborne will often find themselves needing to farm for vials before they even beat Father Gascoigne. I can attest to this, seeing as Bloodborne was technically my first Souls game. Both I and those I know personally had to farm for vials before leaving Central Yharnam. This is a very common occurrence for newer players to the genre, and it's a horrible experience for a player. Farming and grinding is within many games, especially ones with RPG mechanics, and isn't prescriptively good or bad. Forced grinding, however, can often break the flow of what is happening in any game which forces a player to farm, unless careful consideration is taken to make it engaging. For example, MMOs will sometimes have level requirements between mainline quests that force the player to engage in side content or farming XP to continue the main story. This will often work in MMOs because those games are designed around this being something to be expected from players. It can work in other genres too. I recently played The Elder Scrolls III Morrowind for the first time, and that game opens with a main quest NPC telling the player to join one of the side factions before progressing the game's primary quest line. It works in that game because it was an intentional part of early progression. Killing the giants and werewolves over and over until the player has 20 plus blood vials is not what seems to be intended for Bloodborne, yet this is an almost unanimous experience for anybody jumping into Bloodborne as their first game in this genre. And it's not just for newer players. I'm sure everyone can empathize with the experience of fighting a boss like Orphan of Kos, and then having to suddenly go out and farm for vials between attempts. For some praise on blood vials, I appreciate the change that allows players to walk slowly while using the vials. With a game as fast as Bloodborne, standing still to heal would feel like a death sentence, and even that slight bit of movement makes the combat feel like it's still constantly going on, even when the player is in the middle of their heal. Their agency to attack, dodge, and move quickly is taken away, but a player is not completely without agency. There are times, despite being few and far between, where the small amount of movement gained while healing has allowed players to avoid damage of some kind. I do have one more critique of blood vials, but that ought to be discussed alongside another overarching topic: the leveling up and RPG mechanics. I did want to space these larger topics out a little bit more, but we need to discuss them both now so that the conclusion on blood vials isn't hanging in the air for the next 20 minutes. The leveling system in Bloodborne matches Dark Souls pretty closely with how it works fundamentally, but has a few changes when it comes to the stats presented. It has the player using blood echoes to level up one stat per level from the list of Vitality, increasing health; Endurance, increasing stamina and resistances; Strength, increasing damage with strength scaling weapons; Skill, increasing the damage of skill scaling weapons and visceral attacks; Blood Tinge, increasing the damage of blood tinge scaling weapons, mostly being the guns within the game; and finally, Arcane, increasing the damage of arcane scaling weapons and items, and increases item discovery rates. Leveling up any stat also increases the player's physical damage resistance. The compliments I have for this system are the same as in Dark Souls. It is able to flourish because every level matters, to the point that most players will often min-max to stop leveling certain stats at the soft cap. It's a very simple yet also very effective level up system. It also avoided the issue of having a junk stat like resistance within Dark Souls. One could argue that Blood Tinge is a junk stat in Bloodborne, and while they are correct that it doesn't make sense to allocate points into in 99% of builds, it's not fundamentally useless like resistance is in Dark Souls. Players will tend to be able to get every stat they want in Bloodborne by the end, unlike prior entries, but that fits in Bloodborne owing to its push towards action combat. If Bloodborne were more like Dark Souls and Demon Souls within its gameplay, then this would be a flaw. It's always worth recognizing that these games may be in the same series, but they are all different with the goals they are trying to achieve. For some critique on the RPG mechanics, the biggest issue is the absolutely huge disparity in power between strength and skill builds. Skill is just better. Not just because skill weapons have better movesets, but also because skill increases visceral attack damage and strength does not. I have no idea why it was designed this way. Going strength or any strength weapon is a soft punishment for no reason. Every build utilizes visceral attacks in one way or another, and is one of the core mechanics of Bloodborne. It should scale equally between strength and skill, because right now, it's unjustifiably lopsided. The way that damage scales for visceral attacks in general is very strange. Some weapons can affect it, and so can some blood gems which increase thrust damage. This sort of baseline core feature should be much more intuitive to scale. The other main issue with the leveling system in Bloodborne is tied together with the healing system. What I failed to mention in the healing segment is that blood vials are percentage heals, meaning the more maximum health the player has, the more healing they receive per vial. This makes maxing out vitality first to be the best use of early levels, no matter the amount of skill or experience a player has with the game. Different builds, strategies, weapon options, or starting classes don't affect how vitality is interacted with. It's just the best stat to max out first, unless a player is doing specific challenge runs like the Blood Level 4 run, or runs that ban leveling vitality entirely. Just like in Dark Souls, leveling up a damage stat early game is negligible, as most stat scaling only begins to be impactful on leveled up weapons. To use the Saw Spear as an example, its scaling only jumps from D to C at +6. In the run where I used it, I had already leveled vitality to 30 by the time the weapon had any decent scaling. Leveling vitality early is absurdly strong, with blood vials amplifying the efficacy of increasing health, damage stats being more important late game, endurance levels being not important overall due to cheaper stamina costs and the removal of carry weight, and health in of itself being a strong defensive layer. RPG mechanics ought to exist to allow for player agency in how they play the game and build their character. Having a mandatory or best stat in an RPG is best to be avoided because it reduces the player's options within build crafting. Every RPG will have builds stronger than others, but having a singular and simple stat be the best in slot choice for early game characters throws all other interesting options out of the window. Not taking vitality early, even when unaware of how strong it is a player nerfing themselves for no good reason. Fixing this is largely tied to fixing the healing system. Percentage heals just makes health even stronger than it already is. The change that would fix the healing system is an obvious one. Keep the Estus Flask. There was no reason for it to change between games in the first place, and using a single blood vial that acts like an Estus Flask would work just as well, as long as a few tweaks are made to allow it to fit into Bloodborne's faster style. Keep the new healing speed and increased movement while healing, drop the percentage heal and finite resource aspects. And with that, we finally enter Central Yharnam. This area is fan-fucking-tastic. It is easily the best singular level that FromSoft has made as of Bloodborne. But why is it so good? Well, it uses its large space to fantastic effect to be interconnected within itself. Dark Souls managed to have an interconnected world, but most levels within such a world were more closed off than Central Yharnam is. This area is like a mini Lordran. Connections and hidden pathways are all over the shop. It has lower sections that are contextualized as sewers, which add to the verticality and immersive qualities, and the whole zone is built to center around a singular lamp that has many shortcuts and pathways that return to it. Lamps are this game's variation of bonfires, which allows us to segue into another topic. Bloodborne is a spiritual sequel to Dark Souls, just as Dark Souls is a spiritual sequel to Demon Souls. It may be a different IP, but the gameplay and design philosophies are absolutely iterative. There aren't any downsides that I can think of to making an iterative sequel, as long as the iteration has both carefully designed alterations and noticeable improvements on prior entries. Issues lie within iterative releases when gameplay becomes stagnant, reuse of worn ideas are plentiful, good systems and ideas are thrown away for no good reason, or issues within the progenitors are not addressed. Bloodborne being a distinct IP from Dark Souls allows it to make changes here and there that fit the game's differing identity, so long as those new ideas mesh with the old ideas that remain. My biggest example would be Dark Souls' grounded aesthetic. The grounded aesthetic of Dark Souls adds many layers to the game's experience and is amplified by combat, mechanics, level design, tone, and world design. Hypothetically, if Bloodborne does not maintain this grounded aesthetic, then that's not necessarily a flaw. It's not a problem to be different, especially with a new IP. FromSoft has the freedom to make that change. However, it also comes with the cost of other changes needing to be made to fit to a new aesthetic. I use this as an example because Bloodborne actually does manage to maintain some of Dark Souls' grounded aesthetic. Massive sweeping changes within the game's systems are not needed from this standpoint because From kept this aspect for the most part. The reason why I make a point about Bloodborne being a new IP and iterative sequel is because there will be and have been many times where comparisons to Dark Souls are made in this video, both positive and negative, and thus it is poignant to establish where Bloodborne sits among the Soulsborne series, along with making sure you know that I am not averse to change. The basic enemies of Central Yharnam are similar to the hollows of Dark Souls in having a humanoid appearance to aid newer players read telegraphs. Insert joke about British people here.
Away! Away! This town's finished! You are not wanted here!
The level progresses and the enemies are already showcasing a massive improvement over the enemies within Dark Souls in a particular part of their design. Enemies in Dark Souls are stationary when not in combat with the player, apart from a handful of hyper-specific circumstances, notably the Pisakas in Duke's Archives. Scripted non-combat actions from enemies are very few and far between in that game. Bloodborne is already showcasing the increased frequency of these actions from as early as the first lamp. Along with this, Bloodborne has now also introduced patrol paths as a common occurrence for many enemies. This was within Dark Souls 1 and 2, but it is extremely uncommon in those games. A great many enemies in Bloodborne have points which they travel between when outside of combat. Sometimes these paths are looped back and forth, and sometimes they are just from point A to point B. I cannot understate how tremendously fantastic this is for immersion and level design. The stationary enemies of Dark Souls fit within the world because of how much of the game's level design and enemy placement accounts for the enemy's lack of agency. This is proven by the existence of the enemies within the Demon Ruins and Lost Izalith looking extremely silly because the areas didn't have enough time to bake. Enemies having increased agency to move outside of combat allows FromSoft the freedom to create different kinds of levels that would not be feasible without enemy patrols. A good example is the section of Hemwick Charnel Lane that is adjacent to the lake. This area is allowed to be far more open and free with its space while still allowing enemies to blend in with this environment because of enemies moving around by themselves. If this were an area in Dark Souls, then enemy placement may have to be changed, else it may look as goofy as the Demon Ruins. It adds a lot to the immersive quality of the creatures within the world as well, because they are behaving more like real entities rather than just enemies in a video game. Enemies can now also perform these movements for world building and character reasons. A good example is the group of Yharnamites moving down the street to join the rest of the crowd by the gate. This is all in all a 10 out of 10 addition to enemies, and the game would not be the same without this being a feature. Speaking of that area, it can be one of the first big roadblocks for new players to overcome because of the number of enemies. The methods that are used to deal with them by veterans is usually to leash a few enemies at a time towards the staircase on the right-hand side of the street, or just run past all the enemies. The combat system does not gel well with multi-enemy encounters despite facilitating them. This is seen by the player character's ability to become stun-locked, even more so with the increased speed of enemies in Bloodborne. Mechanics like the lock-on feature exemplify the game's strength when fighting enemies one-on-one rather than bigger groups. Bloodborne does facilitate these encounters better than Dark Souls, however, because of 3 reasons. The first is the rally system. I'll be touching on it in further depth shortly, but the ability to easily restore chip damage taken from enemies during multi-enemy encounters improves them incidentally, as players have more agency to be aggressive against groups. The other thing that improves them is the removal of wall collisions with the player's attacks. This would always give enemies an unfair advantage against the player in Dark Souls, and its removal is a godsend with the faster combat within Bloodborne. It means that body blocking, which happens more often with groups, is more escapable. Now, in all fairness, weapon-on-wall collisions exist for some transformed weapons wielded in both hands. The reason why this was implemented is so that enemies cannot be cheesed behind walls. This being a mechanic for two-handed weapons only is a good middle ground to reach. It means that players have the choice to turn the mechanic off and on by transforming their weapon. The last reason for groups being slightly better is that some smaller enemies can be pushed by rolling. This means that an overwhelmed player can use their roll to escape from an onslaught when pressed into a bad position. Obviously, this last one doesn't work as well when there are bigger enemies that cannot be pushed, but the game tends to reserve the multi-enemy encounters for the smaller enemies, so issues do not lie in that regard. All in all, it's a good step towards making the clearing of areas and enemies play more fluidly, especially if the goal is to increase the speed of combat substantially. We aren't yet at the stage of multi-enemy encounters being anywhere near as well designed as one-on-one combat, but the improvements are very welcome. Central Yharnam continues with multiple paths to take and secrets to find. Some paths lead to the first optional boss in Cleric Beast, and some lead to the first mandatory boss in Father Gascoigne. Both paths lead to the shortcut back to the lamppost at the start of the area. A lot of the changes that Bloodborne makes in its mechanics are so intertwined with each other that we'll have to discuss lamps, warping, and the Hunter's Dream all at once later when all 3 make sense as topics to bring up. What we can discuss is a mechanic core to Bloodborne that the ogres here are a good catalyst for, as they are often used by new players to practice this mechanic. Parrying and visceral attacks. Parrying in Dark Souls was extremely strong as one of the key defensive actions in the game. Bloodborne aims to remedy this by making the mechanic more core to the player's offensive repertoire. This is even enforced by the game's contextualization of parrying. I mean, for fuck's sake, the tool used for parrying has gone from shield to gun. What allows the parry to switch from defensive to offensive in Bloodborne is a great mechanical addition to the game. It is a universal mechanic that ought to be discussed now before the rest of the parry system can be touched on: the rally system. Whenever the player loses health, some of the lost health is shown on the health bar in orange. This orange health starts to tick down after a time, and if a player does damage to an enemy while having orange health, they regain some of that orange health back depending on their weapon and its level. This is one of the key systems that separates the general playstyle of Bloodborne from the rest of the games in the series released prior. Bloodborne is faster, yes, but it also encourages aggressive play. This is a great system for this. Players are encouraged to be more risky and offensive because they are rewarded for doing so. Knuckling down and playing slow is punished in Bloodborne because the player heals less from not attacking. This one simple system really does wonders for changing how the game ought to be played, and assists the increased speed of the game as chip damage is now no longer much of a burden. The visceral attack that the player gains after successfully parrying tends to always fully restore a player's orange health, which means that one can be more risky with their use of parries. Parries are also now a limited resource. The player has a default of 20 Quicksilver bullets that are acquired exactly the same way as the player gains blood vials. The same critiques apply with the bullets as the vials with the need to farm them, but having the limitation of 20 also allows parries to have more risk-reward aspects than Dark Souls has. This limitation means that players missing a parry is a far larger punishment than in prior games, which improves the system substantially, as the risk in Dark Souls was not high enough for the substantial reward gained through successfully parrying. This ammo system then goes even deeper, as players may sacrifice health mid-fight to gain an extra 5 bullets. The player is essentially converting their held blood vials into Quicksilver bullets, which is excellent for player decision-making and promotes player expertise. If a player is good at avoiding damage and would rather take the extra bullets for visceral attacks, then they can do so at the cost of health. This is also a core mechanic for arcane builds, but we still have a while until I discuss them. A critique that I levied at Dark Souls was the parry timings being too similar to the roll timing. The issue with these timings being too close to one another is that it means that both systems are testing the same skill set, but with one being a substantially higher reward for a similar level of risk. This was mostly addressed in Bloodborne, as there are some slight differences between the parry timings and the roll timings. One of the factors that causes this is the obvious nature of projectiles. Bullets have travel time, so the distance that the player is from the enemy will come into play with the timings. The player must account for the distance between the enemy to reliably land parries. Generally though, parries are done at melee range, so the other change is the parry window across the board. The parry timings are not as the attack is about to hit the player. The timing is somewhere between the end of the enemy's wind-up and the follow-through depending on the attack in question. The Cleaver Giants have some wildly large parry windows on their attacks, and a boss like Orphan of Kos has some super tight openings for landing a parry. Couple this with different guns having different firing speeds, and the system already has a lot more depth and less problems than in any prior Souls game. It's a good shift towards making the parry more of its own skill than just being a better version of rolling. What makes this work in the first place is the fact that parries use a gun. Intuitively, shields should have the player pressing the button at the last second, but this also generates the issues present in prior titles. The other critique I levied towards parries was not addressed, but rather leaned into. Bosses can still be trivialized with parries. This is even more so with Bloodborne, as a vast multitude of bosses are now parryable. Faster bosses means that parries are more difficult to execute than in the Gwyn fight, but this is still a gaping flaw. With parries being such a core mechanic to Bloodborne, you'd expect more care to be taken to ensure that bosses cannot be ruined with the system. They often still are. It's to the point where many players love the Lady Maria fight, but give themselves self-imposed challenges such as no healing or no parries, or both, just so that she lasts longer and can flourish as an encounter. I covered why parrying bosses has issues when I discussed Gwyn in the previous video, and these issues remain because how parries work fundamentally has not been changed between games. It takes the flow out of the fight. A player simply learns basic parry timings, Visceral attacks the boss to the ground, the boss gets back up, parry to the ground again, and a repeat. Many bosses lose their complex movesets if a player manages to parry them consistently, which is not difficult enough to justify this. The only two parryable bosses that work well with the system are Orphan of Kos and Martyr Logarius. This is because of their various moves which are unparryable, the large difference in speeds between each boss's own parryable attacks, and the timings required to reliably execute said parries are tight. In conclusion on the parry system, it works tremendously well as a mechanic that aims to be more core to the game's combat. FromSoft managed to improve upon the mechanic in many ways. Work is still required to make this system ideal for all bosses, but at least we're heading in the correct direction. Now we move on to the first boss of the game, the Cleric Beast. Cleric Beast is an optional boss, and some players may end up fighting Gascoigne before this creature. It is strange that the boss balanced to be the first is optional. Father Gascoigne can end up being too difficult for newer players who may have had a better first experience if FromSoft were able to ensure that everyone receives the level ups and practice from fighting the Cleric Beast before him. I think it ended up this way because the Cleric Beast's arena was likely supposed to connect to Cathedral Ward back when the aim was to have an interconnected world. Take a look at this map and you can see where Cathedral Ward was supposed to connect to the end of the Great Bridge. At some point in development, this changed, and Cleric Beast became an optional fight, slightly more off the beaten path. This isn't a critique, just something of note for later. Either way, onto the boss itself. It showcases one of the new aspects brought to Bloodborne for the bigger creatures. Various body parts on the beast can be broken in order to stagger it, and to give the player a window to attack or heal. When enough of these are broken or enough damage has been done, then it can be visceral attacked. This mechanic is often in play for these bigger bosses. There is more to the larger fights than just wailing on a large hitbox, and the reward for using these opportunities is immense. It's a good way to improve these types of fights, as larger entities tend to miss the mark in terms of mechanical design. There are only a few of them in Dark Souls that survive scrutiny. Calamite and Manus come to mind. The system also has some interesting depth, as broken limbs will often cause the player to do more damage when hitting them, and some enemies have body parts with different resistances and weaknesses. An example is the difference between hitting Rom's head and Amygdala's head. It's an amazing system to improve the mechanical design of these bosses. The Cleric Beast's mechanics are pretty simple, but work as an introduction to the game and what can be expected from boss encounters. The simplicity of this starter fight is not an issue, as its goal is to be introductory. It's more proof that this fight was likely supposed to be the tutorial boss, but changes in development led to its place as an optional encounter. It can be a bit spammy with its attacks, and its grab can sometimes be a bit wonky in terms of the hitbox, but overall it's fine as a fight with what it's trying to achieve, but nothing to write home about when compared to the best fights in this game. When it dies, a lamp spawns in the arena, which is now a universal aspect of boss fights. This was sparse in Dark Souls, but now the player gains a lamp after each boss fight. The first boss has been defeated, so I guess I should follow suit with the Dark Souls video and discuss the combat in general. Bloodborne continues the standard conventions of the Soulsborne genre with its combat, by hinging on animation commitment and stamina limitations. The pros of this system are that it allows for combat which is predicated upon choice within a fantastic risk versus reward system. Every choice made in combat cannot be cancelled, and so careless play can often lead to punishment. The biggest change made between prior games and Bloodborne is the speed of combat. Bloodborne is significantly faster than Dark Souls. This is to aid Bloodborne's much more frantic combat that promotes offensive play rather than defensive. This coincides with the changes that allow healing and item usage while moving, faster dodges when locked on, and the rally system to recover health through offense. There is no praise or critique to be had here. Faster combat is simply a change, and not good or bad in of itself. Qualitatively though, the changes I just listed make the faster combat viable in the Souls format, which is definitely praiseworthy. What has not changed between games is the complexity and depth of combat. Arguably, it was made simpler. The overall destruction of shield usage and the reduction of mechanics for magic in Bloodborne means that the game is played with 4 buttons almost all the time as a universal playstyle. light attack, parry, dodge, and heal. Unfortunately, the added speed of Bloodborne without the poise system in play means that the ability to sneak in heavy attacks during combat has decreased substantially. The damage is just not there for how taxing they are on stamina, and a player will more than likely get staggered out of heavy attacks unless an enemy is in their recovery animation or staggered. Luckily, they still have a purpose, and oh boy, I can't wait to discuss the changes to backstabs, but heavy attacks are pretty much obsolete for the moment-to-moment combat depending on the weapon and enemy in question. They have their uses for clearing areas, but are generally worse than light attack spamming in boss fights. I mentioned 4 buttons, and the addition to Bloodborne that many will now be citing in the comments is the transforming attack. Pressing the button which transforms the player's weapon during other attacks causes the player to perform an attack which simultaneously switches the weapon to the second variation. Some weapons, like the Saw Cleaver, use this attack often in attack strings, with the optimal attack pattern being to end any light attack string with either 1 or 2 consecutive transformation attacks. This is due to them having a 30% increased damage multiplier. For context, that's more than an uncharged heavy attack, which sits at 25%. The word optimal in that sentence is the reason why this attack is not adding much in the way of complexity or depth. These moves on weapons are little more than light attacks with different damage numbers. They aren't allowing the player a different tool, they're the same tool with a different flavor and number. Some of these will depend on the weapon choice, but the further the transforming attack strays from being an enhanced light attack, the more useless it becomes during actual combat encounters, especially bosses. What this results in when combined with the increased speed is combat that is more frenetic than Dark Souls, but it reduces a large degree of player agency and expression. One of the reasons for this shift is Bloodborne's stray towards leaning on the action elements of the Souls format. With this shift should have come further mechanics and additions to the combat to compensate for the reduction in player expression. The faster combat becomes, the harder it is to squeeze in mechanics like this, such that speed almost necessitates more systemic complexity within combat systems. This is a quote from my Dark Souls video, which was a setup for further discussion in these later videos. I think that Bloodborne's combat is still good, and we have the whole video to explore why, but this game being faster has led to many mechanics being left behind or unexplored. An example is unique boss mechanics. Bosses like Sif or Priscilla were able to be extremely distinct because of their differing mechanical contexts. We'll explore a lot of examples in more depth for each specific boss in this game, but Bloodborne's speed and focus on action definitely reduced the value that was gained from a simple system. The simple combat of Dark Souls is propped up by many supplemental additions parallel to combat, and Bloodborne definitely isn't a full 180 on this, mind you. Trust me, we have a lot of game left to get through. The simple system in Bloodborne is still propped up by many other systems in the game, but they are few and far between, such that the combat ought to have more complexity and depth to make up for those losses. If action gameplay is the focus and the intention, then From should be taking further inspiration from other action games to some extent. I'm not calling for the ability to juggle beasts in the air like Dante, but more depth in combat should be a focus, if combat is the focus. The last thing I need to touch on regarding combat is input buffering. This is also a thing in the slower games before Bloodborne. It's required for combat with animation locking as to not require a player to perfectly time inputs for the end of their animations. Anyone watching this who is well versed in fighting games to some extent can attest to the frustration of mistiming a reversal on wake up and getting full comboed. Those of you not versed in fighting games are currently googling what the fuck a reversal is. Also, this part of the script was written before they removed Slayer's reversal, and yeah, I mean Slayer, for one reason: pile bunker. Input buffering allows a player to perform inputs during their animations, and the input is stored and performed as soon as the current animation concludes. The reason why we're discussing it is because the faster combat of Bloodborne can sometimes mean that inputs will be buffered unintentionally, for reasons directly correlated with the speed of the game. Less duration on each animation means that the input buffer window will either have to be tiny, at which case its function is greatly reduced, or it becomes closer to the start of the animation than in slower animations. This is noticed in combat as players may be pressing a button to perform an action, and then their character will do that action twice. Or, they'll press to attack during an animation, and then change their mind as the situation changes on screen, but the attack is already queued to be performed. This is further exacerbated by Bloodborne's poor performance on base PS4s, and FPS lock at 30 even when using a PS5 or PS4 Pro. There's not much to say on potential fixes for this, as it's an unfortunate necessity for the game to have. It's an instance of working well most of the time, but when this gets the player killed, it's hard not to notice. All of this to say, Bloodborne still retains many of the great aspects of Souls combat, but will have to wait till the video's conclusion in order to reach a final verdict. Combat systems don't exist in a vacuum. It's just as much how the game uses its combat as it is the combat itself. So, let's press on. The rest of Central Yharnam can be explored to find many items and points of interest. One of these will be right next to the lamp, but appears throughout the first area. Doors and windows with their lights on can be interacted with to get some voice lines from the denizens inside. It's a neat way of sprinkling in some flavor text on the world from many different points of view. The discussion on the story will be at the end of the chronological breakdown, but mechanically, it's a good choice that these are marked as interactable by using the diegetic marker of lights. One of these denizens is a little girl. She says that her father has gone missing during the hunt. When the player offers to aid her, she lets us know about her mom's jeweled brooch and gives us the music box, which the family plays when their father forgets them to help him remember. Central Yharnam also contains the first NPC that a player can find, Eileen the Crow. NPC questlines shall have to wait for the time being, because it's time to take down Gascoigne. Across the bridge with the fireball is Gascoigne's arena held within a graveyard. He's the first boss we've discussed in these videos that has voice lines during his opening cutscene. It's a shortcut for bosses and enemies with no prior build-up to be characters. Gwyn and Artorias are the only real bosses that I would class as full characters in Dark Souls, owing to their setups given throughout the game in NPC voice lines and item descriptions. The four lords mentioned in the opening could also be viewed as characters in that same vein, but aren't as fully fledged as the main two. Giving a boss lines gives them a chance to set themselves up when they're first approached, and it can aid their gravitas even when they aren't made into the narrative spectacles that Gwyn and Artorias are. That is, if their voice lines add something to their character, instead of empty platitudes. It is on a scale. Mechanically, Gascoigne is pretty extensive as the first mandatory boss. He has slower attacks with a lot of telegraphing, attacks that come out quickly, and ranged options. His moveset partly mirrors that of the players, especially if the player chose the axe as their starting weapon. He is a hunter, just like the player. This part of the fight is pretty great by way of the modular design, meaning he can put his moves together in a lot of different ways. He showcases an aspect of Bloodborne's boss design that distinguishes the fights, the punishment for backpedaling. Many bosses in Bloodborne will have attacks that punish a player who moves or dodges backwards. Bloodborne wants the player to play aggressively, and as such designs bosses with this in mind too. Gascoigne's double spin discourages backwards movement. If the player is close to him on startup, the player can still get hit with the second strike if their dodge isn't perfect when going backwards. At low HP, Gascoigne will transform, becoming far more beast-like and gaining an entirely new moveset. This new form is even more oppressive than the first, but also comes with the weakness to serrated weapons and fire that the other beasts possess. This moveset aims to be fair and is also pretty well designed, but can be a bit spammy in comparison to Phase 1. The flurry of swipes isn't the best attack, as it's just a lot of hitboxes coming out lightning fast. But overall, Father Gascoigne is pretty great. There is an elephant in the room though. One cannot conclude a discussion on Gascoigne without mentioning his difficulty. Gascoigne is a pretty large difficulty jump from anything else fought up to that point. He has the kind of moveset typically seen on later game bosses, yet he is the first mandatory boss of the entire game. He is the gatekeeper of Bloodborne. Is this an issue though? Well, I don't think that much is lost if Gascoigne was made easier or swapped out with a different boss with difficulty akin to Cleric Beast. Having said this, a boss which serves as the first major test of skill for new players will need to happen eventually, and Central Yharnam is big enough a preamble for this kind of fight. Central Yharnam is about as big as Undead Bergen Parish put together, and those areas cap off with the Bell Gargoyles, which is the first major test of skill in Dark Souls. At the end of the day, a gatekeeper will form somewhere, so I don't think that Gascoigne being challenging is that much of an issue at all. Gascoigne's difficulty is often a result of enforcing the playstyles needed to succeed in Bloodborne. players have to throw away their instinct to backpedal in Bloodborne while also learning the physical dexterity to time attacks and evades. Arguments could be made that it's best to get this lesson in early before bad habits start to form. With all this being said, I don't find his difficulty an issue, especially with the music box also in play. I believe that the music box is a good method to decrease Gascoigne's challenge naturally. How it works is that using it stuns Gascoigne. Do it 3 times and it forces his second phase to begin early. This item can offset the difficulty presented by Gascoigne for new players without trivializing the encounter. It also requires players to put 2 and 2 together to figure out that the music box is applicable here, which adds to the experience. Aside from mechanics, I think it's a great way of coupling an experiential aspect of a boss with the mechanical focus in its design in a way that doesn't harm either approach. So all in all, the difficulty is just about right, especially with the music box as an element. Gascoigne is a great boss. It's rare that such a well-designed fight appears so early on, but he truly is a fantastic encounter. Towards the path to the next area, the player is given the ability to socket gems into their weapon by picking up the key item needed to do so. So let's discuss the weapon upgrade system as a whole. The player upgrades their weapon within the workshop in the Hunter's Dream. Upgrades are done using upgrade materials found throughout the world as different forms of solidified blood of scaling intensity. They can also be bought from the pool merchants for echoes after certain items have been found, and for insight after certain milestones are hit. Upgrading weapons uses a combination of these items and a small number of echoes up to +10. The system is extremely simple yet effective as a method of increasing one's power over time and attaching a player to their chosen weapon. Without spending insight or doing Chalice Dungeons, the player may only max out 2 weapons per new game. One blood rock is found in the Nightmare of Mensis, and another is found near the end of the DLC. I just want to add a quick director's note here. Huge thanks to the Bloodborne wiki and everyone who helped contribute to it, and I specifically mean not the Fextralife wiki. The Fextralife wiki is particularly terrible for understanding finer details about the game. Not only do they not disclose the requirement of beating Mergo's wet nurse for blood rocks to appear in the insight shop, but it downright lies about mechanics. It said that the one reborn is weak to both bolt and fire damage, but a quick search on Bloodborne Wiki reveals the actual numbers on the resistances of the boss, which proves that bolt is obviously superior. While Fextralife gives the numbers as well, they are different from the Bloodborne Wiki, and the latter cites their sources, which immediately makes me trust those numbers far more than Fextralife. My work would be made a whole hell of a lot harder without the community building a site which goes into as much depth as this. So shout out to Bloodborne Wiki, and stop using Fextralife if you still do, for any game. The same was the case for the Dark Souls wiki. For anyone wondering, I used this one instead. When it comes to the equipment upgrading system, Bloodborne aimed to simplify some of the aspects that caused issues for the system in Dark Souls. Particularly, armor upgrading was removed. The removal of this system encourages players to swap out armor based on the enemies and areas in question, and an ability to mix and match armor sets for aesthetics. It's one of those rare cases where removal of a system manages to increase player expression and agency, rather than hinder it. Bloodstone shards of various sizes also no longer have different types for different weapons. This means that every weapon scales off of a singular item, which improves the balance between different builds. With all that being said, how are these builds which scale off of different stats created within a much simpler system? Well, Bloodborne introduces the Blood Gem system. Blood gems are found throughout the world and can be slotted into weapons. The number of slots starts at 0 and is 3 at maximum, gradually increasing as a weapon is upgraded. These gems allow for various changes to be made to weapon stats, scaling, and other modifiers. Some may increase damage against certain enemy types, and some may change a weapon from dealing physical damage to bolt damage. The neat thing about this system is that gems can be freely swapped between at any time. Allowing this means that players have the ability to experiment freely with the gems and open up build possibilities. Are you going for an arcane build? Well, having to wait to find a gem which switches a weapon's scaling to focus on arcane isn't as much of a hurdle because it can be swapped to as soon as the player finds one, and they may still gain the benefits of other gems in the meantime. Overall, I think this is an improvement over choosing ascension paths in Dark Souls. This system allows weapons to be more versatile, and doesn't punish the player for lack of experience with the weapon system. If I had anything bad to say about it, it's that the system is the most uninspired for standard physical damage builds. There aren't enough different modifiers and effects for physical damage users to take advantage of, other than just increasing the damage, meaning that players just look for the blue number and avoid the red number. This isn't a huge issue, as the system is replacing one which gave physical damage users zero agency at all, but if a system like this is to be used again, then I think the devs should take a look at ARPGs like Path of Exile 2 for inspiration on how unique modifiers can make interesting builds. But overall, the Blood Gem system gets a thumbs up from me. Moving on, and we enter the Cathedral Ward bonfire room within Erden Chapel. While the Hunter's Dream is the player's main hub, Cathedral Ward's bonfire is an in-world hub, seeing as certain NPCs can be sent to this area when found. This also rings true, as Cathedral Ward is very much a central location within the world. It speaks to the initial goals of a world interconnected in the same manner as Lordran. The full discussion on the world will have to wait until a certain ladder, but it's interesting to note this aspect of Cathedral Ward now. Outside this chapel are two paths to take. One leads towards a dead end and the other leads towards Old Yharnam. The dead end is as such because it is currently locked off, and a key to the gate can be purchased for a large number of echoes within the Hunter's Dream after Cleric Beast is defeated. It's fair to say that this is the only true moment of choice within how the world is carved through. And then again, the choice is an easy one. No. The choice is whether or not to do Old Yharnam. The purchase does little more than make a mandatory area optional. The cost of the key plus the loss of echoes gained from clearing Old Yharnam and the blood-starved beast makes this path only really appealing for challenge runners doing a Blood Level 4 run or some other kind of challenge run. What makes this different from the option to take the Master Key in Dark Souls 1? Well, I praise the Master Key heavily, and surely the same compliments would apply, no? A player is missing out on currency rewards for completing the depths or other skippable areas. The important distinction between the two is that the Master Key isn't just an item that allows for a straight skip. It allows a player to travel to later game areas sooner than when they would be allowed to otherwise. If a player wants an item from Blighttown as soon as they enter Lordran, they can do that. Keep in mind that no matter what zones are skipped, both Bells of Awakening must still be rung. It is an item that, yes, allows for skips, but that's not its only purpose. Skipping areas is also more valuable to the player in Dark Souls because of the limits on fast travel. Bloodborne having warping from the get-go means that benefits of skipping an area are not worth the 10,000 blood echo cost. Cathedral Ward has zones to explore outside of the path to Old Yharnam. This area has items to find and can escape some players on their first playthrough. For my first playthrough, it was the opposite. I found this zone but didn't find the path to Old Yharnam. This is where my initial playthrough ended, as I got stuck and very shortly after made the permanent switch from console to PC. As a funny anecdote, my first Dark Souls 3 playthrough ended abruptly as well, when my graphics card spontaneously combusted, during a League of Legends game of all things. So in spirit of all this, now's a good time to discuss handholding. The game follows the Soulsborne trend of not holding the player's hand with where to go. Many aspects of the world and characters need to be discovered by the player. We've already discussed a big example in the music box for Gascoigne. The description reads, "A small music box received from a young Yharnam girl. Plays a song shared by her mother and father. Inside the lid is a small scrap of paper, perhaps an old message. Two names can be made out, however faintly. Viola and Gascoigne." Now, having Gascoigne's name appear in the description is an obvious giveaway. But to reach this, a player must be engaging with the world enough to talk to the girl, and then go the extra mile to read the item description. There isn't a quest log pop-up that tells the player to inspect the item. It's entirely up to the player to investigate further in order to make use of the box correctly. Other examples like this include the Castle Cainhurst summons, the Crown of Illusions, although that one I will nitpick when we get to it, the unopened summons, and the window inside the Lumenflower gardens. What this does is increase the level of immersion within the world, as certain mechanics need deeper engagement with the game in order to figure them out. Of course, Google exists and will always be there to aid players that do not enjoy this style of gameplay, but it being this way for those of us that do enjoy it allows exploration to have further depth. This is one of the aspects of Bloodborne that allows it to maintain some of the grounded aesthetic that Dark Souls championed. The grounded aesthetic of Dark Souls refers to how the game portrays a very human and grounded tone, and this was through many aspects of how the game comes together. To take an excerpt from my Dark Souls video, in talking about this grounded aesthetic, don't assume that simply means realism. If it did, I wouldn't use colourful phrasing, I'd just say realism. The grounded sense that the game does extremely well also comes from the consistent challenge, the believability of the fantasy elements integrated with the medieval setting, NPC characterization, the world, lore and story being taken seriously, consistent tone, the actions that the player is capable of, they have the abilities of an average human with a few stretches here and there, the lack of hand-holding, and mechanical systems such as resistance, bonfires, and the interconnected level design. Some of these are more important than others for this aesthetic, but it all culminates to create it. Bloodborne maintains much of this to a slightly reduced degree. Bloodborne has this aesthetic through the challenge, believability of the world, NPC characterization, lore and story being taken seriously, consistent tone, the actions the player is capable of, and the lack of hand-holding. This aesthetic was important for Dark Souls, as it managed to link all of the mechanics and ideas together, and Bloodborne remains the same. Bloodborne has lost some of this, but not enough to break the general view that the game is very grounded. One of the reasons is because of newer additions like limb damage on large enemies, and From kept the most important aspect from Dark Souls, which is the grounded player character moveset during combat. This is one of the core reasons as to why the combat system being simple is still worthwhile to some degree. Over-the-top attacks are not required for combat to be deep, but the grounded aesthetic manages to heighten the combat despite its simplicity. Are there any critiques to be levied at the lack of hand-holding in Bloodborne? Well, parts of the game still have the issue of not being clear when it comes to the mechanical description of certain items. This rune increases blood echoes gained. The problem is that it doesn't tell the player to what degree their currency acquisition will be affected. To be fair, Bloodborne improves this from Dark Souls, as some items do tell the player the numbers, yet some don't, seemingly at random. The numbers genuinely matter when it comes to items like this, especially when the player cannot check on the status screen for the effects by equipping and unequipping. Many reusable and consumable items also have this issue. I could not tell you, without external sources, how much pre-mitigated damage Augur of Abritus does. The grounded ambiguity has once again seeped into some of the gamey aspects of Bloodborne's mechanical systems, and it hinders a player's ability to make informed decisions during gameplay. The strangest thing is the sudden half-and-half approach to some of these items. Why does anti-clockwise metamorphosis tell me the percentage, but Moon doesn't? At least for the runes, it seems that whenever the stat exists on the status screen, like maximum stamina, the runes will let the player know the numbers, but if the stat isn't on the status screen, the rune's description will be incomplete. Like the blood gem system though, this is a path towards the correct direction, and is a very noticeable improvement from last time. Dark Souls gave 0 numbers, and was honestly kinda confusing at times. Hopefully the next game gives us all the numbers. Surely it wouldn't revert back to Old Yharnam begins with a note on the door and dialogue from an NPC as the player is making their way through. I have a small nit to pick. It might be due to limitations of the engine, but this dialogue counts as any other, in the sense that it can be skipped using the interact button. This means that players who want to listen to it as they carve their way through the beginning of Old Yharnam cannot pick up items until the dialogue is over, lest they skip through the audio. On the other hand, there are players that may genuinely want to skip the dialogue, so I don't think it's an easy problem to solve. However, I do lean on the side of removing the ability to skip it. One can't skip the cleric beasts yell as they climb up the first ladder, and this dialogue ought to be no different. This is especially important dialogue to keep, seeing as Jura's lines are integral for setting up the tone and story of Old Yharnam. Making it unskippable would then allow players to use their interact button as it plays, so this change would fix this tiny issue. Overall, throughout this video, I won't be stating the degree to which my critiques or praises impact the game. I will sometimes call out a nitpick without calling it one, and the same is true of the bigger issues in some cases. Part of my reasoning is not wanting to bloat out the script. There is a scale, and obviously I don't view Jura's small dialogue issue as game-breaking. Old Yharnam is built similarly to the painted world of Ariamis. It's self-contained, and the shortcuts exist for convenience as one makes their way through the linear zone. It connects to both Cathedral Ward and Yahar'Gul, but only once Dark Beast Paarl has been defeated. We'll discuss the purpose of this connection later, but it's worth mentioning it while we are here. Jura using the Gatling gun is also a neat little mechanical addition that adds to the experience. It encourages a player to be cautious and make use of the terrain to block the shots. It's a great way to give the zone a distinct vibe. Players shouldn't have too much trouble in this area, seeing as it takes place after Gascoigne, but can still be a decent challenge with the introduction of hunter enemies. These are the same as the NPC enemies in Dark Souls like Oscar or the Crestfallen Warrior. These are the only mini-boss enemies in Bloodborne outside of Chalice Dungeons. All other enemies, except for bosses, will respawn upon death or returning from the hunter's dream. The main issue with hunters are their balance. They tend to be tuned way too high for the area that they're in. Mini-boss enemies in Dark Souls allowed for areas to be increased in challenge, with the reward for their defeat to mean easier treks through their area once defeated. This is important seeing as players will be traversing the same areas multiple times due to the interconnected world and lack of warping. These enemies would also allow for unique drops that could not be farmed, and increased enemy variety in the early game. Bloodborne doing away with this system makes sense in the context of warping being unlocked from the get-go, but the hunters taking the place of these encounters is a strange choice because of their balance. Returning players will tend to kill the Black Knight in Darkroot for a chance at its weapon, but returning players will tend to avoid these hunter enemies unless they need specific items that these enemies drop, which is incredibly uncommon. Even then, players will opt out to run past these enemies upon first contact, and return when they are able to take them down with ease due to their weird balance. Once a player has a degree of power, the fights themselves can actually be quite good due to the speed and aggression of hunters, along with having attack patterns that tend to be fair because they use the same weapons as players, which are generally pretty well telegraphed. But getting parried by NPCs isn't well designed at all, as a player knows that the RNG just randomly decided to fuck them over. Luckily, the hunters don't always go for the visceral attack, although sometimes that seems like weird AI rather than just a way to improve these fights mechanically. Overall, Old Yharnam is a pretty good area for its use of gradually scaling enemies and how it introduces status ailments. Speaking of status ailments, Blood-Starved Beast. This boss makes heavy use of slow poison during its fight. The beast will start off without inflicting any ailments. Upon reaching its second phase, getting hit by the creature will start slow poison buildup. The third phase causes an AoE slow poison buildup around the boss. The game has been preparing us for this fight since we entered the path to Old Yharnam. Alfred gives us fire paper and the whole area has pickups for pungent blood cocktails and antidotes. All of these items work wonders on Blood-Starved Beast. The boss's weakness to these consumable items causes it to be a knowledge check for players in the best way. Players who are paying attention and willing to use items given have a massive advantage against the boss, but this beast is also beatable without them. Blood-Starved Beast is a gold standard for displaying that consumable items slot into games like this very well when they are not mandatory, but still strong enough to be useful. It's a very tough balance to strike. Bloodborne hosts a vast quantity of consumable items of differing strengths. The different paper types of fire and bolt tend to be the main ones that players interact with as they maintain usefulness throughout the entire game. I found that players are more likely to use these in Bloodborne than in other Souls games with similar items. One of the reasons is the decreased number of damage types, and another is the ease of accessing them through the Insight shop. The system allows for many moments where players are able to use their intuition and wit to use these items and gain an advantage, without any of them being a hard requirement for a given area or boss. The vast majority of them fall off in usefulness over time, but that's near unavoidable. I have no criticisms for consumable items, their implementation is very well done. In terms of Blood-Starved Beast itself, its attacks all have decent telegraphing and hitboxes, and its grab attack is very telegraphed and thus easily avoided, if one isn't dodging backwards, that is. Unfortunately, BSB's parry windows are quite large. Sometimes he'll be spamming attacks and a bullet fired at random will still land a parry. On that note, Phase 2 and 3 can become quite spammy with hitboxes everywhere, just like all beast bosses. Also, the AoE poison can be annoying if one does not use fire paper or beast blood pellets to beat it quickly. All this being said, this fight is on the plus side of the beast bosses in the game. It doesn't come close to the best when compared to all bosses, but I also wouldn't necessarily call it bad. It's pretty average or just below. With Blood-Starved Beast dead, the door to the church workshop is opened. This is one moment in the game that is extremely unintuitive in terms of progression. The only marker that exists to inform a player that a new location has been unlocked within Erden Chapel is a voice line from Gehrman in the Hunter's Dream. This voice line is not foolproof in the slightest. When a game isn't utilizing a lot of hand-holding, it is important that a player can feasibly figure out where to go as long as they pay attention. There is such a thing as being too subtle. Likely, the players who found out where to go without some kind of external guide did so entirely by accident. This isn't just important to allow players to progress without guides, but also because of world building and immersion. The player's character should have a reason for going where they're going in-universe. It's also strange on the world building side that the door randomly opens when a boss far from it is killed. All of these can damage a player's suspension of disbelief, which is never a good thing. This zone is built quite horizontally and rewards a player who explores both directions. The upper section isn't as necessary right now until we have the key to Upper Cathedral Ward, but the badge in the top room is useful to grab early on as it unlocks fire paper in the Bath Messenger shop. Badges are a form of progression in Bloodborne that expand shop inventories. They can be found as rewards for killing certain enemies and bosses, or throughout the world like the one which sparked this discussion. They are a good way of locking off certain items from the player until milestones have been hit, seeing as the game only has one merchant per currency item outside of Chalice Dungeons. The reason why the badges are better than simply unlocking more items in the background as the player progresses, which is in the game for certain items, is because it's a method of communicating to the player that the shops have been expanded. It means that a player now has incentive to look at the shop again and see what they can purchase. It's another vector of progression, which adds to the already existing progression systems. Unfortunately, the path down the workshop continues the trend with Bed of Chaos in being a platforming section. This game doesn't even have a dedicated jump button, so this part always seems like a forced way to increase the challenge by way of the awkward platforming controls. Even a simple spiral staircase without any extra enemies would be better than this. Of course, part of the reason for this section being this way is to facilitate the secret area, the abandoned old workshop. Getting to this area requires a specific jump which is just... why? There is an easy way to get there by falling off of a certain part of the upper platform, but even still, the platforming just isn't good in these games. Need I even reference good platformers to make this point again? Outside of the shitty entry requirement, the abandoned old workshop is an old, decrepit version of the Hunter's Dream. Inside this zone are a few secret items that can be collected for several rewards. One of these items grants a blood gem when given to the doll in the Hunter's Dream, and another is one of the 4 umbilical cords that are necessary to see one of the endings in the game. I would equate this zone with Ash Lake in how it is a hidden zone with limited gameplay additions. Both of them exist mostly for spectacle. This is a different kind of spectacle for sure, but that is most likely due to the Hunter's Dream already being a spectacle in of itself. It's the player's hub area, and having this abandoned version of such a beautiful zone can be a decently powerful experience for players who unknowingly come across it, and for that it gets props. This is the first time I've really had to talk about experiential aspects within Bloodborne, so allow me to define my terms just like I did in the previous video. When I describe something in the game to be experiential, I'm referring to where the developer's aim was to provide the player with experiences that can be gained through methods outside of general conventions within action games. This includes, but is not limited to, subversion of expectations, visual design, thematic through-line, unique mechanics, or novel ideas. When something is using one of these, that does not immediately shield it from criticism, but it is not fair to judge something experiential for being inherently experiential. I am of the opinion that there are few ideas that are not worth a shot. If the existence of an idea is so bad that it must be uprooted, then ample reason must be given as to why things must be changed at the core. How well ideas are executed is where my work mostly lies, which is why I will not criticize Rom for not having a modular Orphan of Kos style moveset, nor will I criticize Lady Maria for a lack of experiential aspects in her design. Doing so would be ripping away the intentions of the developers in the experience they want players to have, and must only be done when there is ample reason to do so. I think the best example from this video already is the Blood Vial system. I believe that there are many clear reasons to completely replace it with the Estus Flask, and all justification was stated back in the appropriate section. Anyway, now that we've discussed the meta, we can progress. We're greeted by an area that is clearly a much less opulent part of the world, with inhabitants which speak to the player through their doors, just like in central Yharnam. Past this area, we open the gate near Erden Chapel, and a path is opened towards Hemwick Charnel Lane, Cathedral Ward Plaza, and the Grand Cathedral, which is Vicar Amelia's arena. We'll go to Hemwick Charnel Lane first because, well, runes are useful to have, and the prerequisite to equip them is defeating the Witches of Hemwick. Bloodborne drip feeds the player mechanics like this in the early game, making an optional boss more alluring to beat by giving it a beneficial reward that is this potent makes the boss no longer really optional in the grand scheme of things, but it is a way to incentivize players to inspect these mechanics. Souls games tend to avoid heavy tutorialization, so telling a player diegetically that they have access to a mechanic is probably the best way to make sure that a player uses said system. I do wonder how many players would miss blood gems and runes on their first playthroughs if these mechanics weren't locked behind key items. This isn't bad, by the way. I actually think it's a good way of handling it for the aforementioned reason. Hemwick Charnel Lane only begins in full once the Quicksilver Bullet farming area has concluded and the lamp is reached. I jest, but I do wonder if areas like this are designed to have all these marksmen specifically so that players have easier farming routes. If so, then that's a pretty telling sign that FromSoft knew that Bloodborne would have players needing to grind for the most important items. Hemwick Charnel Lane is similar in design to Old Yharnam. It's a linear zone which has shortcuts that open up progressively that all connect back to the singular lamp for the area. The basic enemies within are similar in movesets to the enemies of Central Yharnam. There isn't much to write home about in Hemwick Charnel Lane. Much of what can be said about the mechanical layout of Old Yharnam will fit here. I will say that the vast number of dog enemies in this area can be rough, but dogs in Bloodborne fare better than their previous counterparts because of the increased speed of the player character. The player now has the speed necessary for the dogs to not become a stun-locking menace with their attacks. Poise not existing means that players cannot avoid the dog stagger though, so I guess those two changes cancel each other out, and the dogs are still one of the more annoying enemies for players. They are more erratic than before, but that's Bloodborne enemies across the board. Bloodborne can have a tendency to have enemies which just flail a lot of hitboxes all over the player's screen. Luckily, the worst offenders of this are usually enemies fought one-on-one. I can see why enemies which spam attacks all over the screen are so common in Bloodborne. The rally mechanic enables FromSoft to have more freedom to damage the player in general, but I still think that simply covering arenas in lightning-fast, barely telegraphed, spammy attacks is not good on the design front. I don't have much else to say on Hemwick Charnel Lane, other than the discussion on the area's boss. So how do the Witches of Hemwick stack up? The Witches of Hemwick is Bloodborne's first showcase of an experiential boss. The feel of fighting them takes priority over any mechanical prowess. I liken this fight to Gwyndolin, but unlike that boss, the Witches don't have anything going for them in their presentation, so the mechanics are where the experiential aspects lie. The boss is a witch who is invisible until closer inspection, and after taking damage, teleports to another part of the arena, regaining her invisibility. Phase 2 begins once one witch is close to death and a second witch spawns. The gameplay consists of the player traveling between her common teleportation points while trying to avoid the enemy that they summon. This enemy's movement speed and aggro radius is extremely small, mind you, even when this range increases during Phase 2. But there can be up to 4 of them at once at that point. There are many issues with this boss. First off, they are an absolute joke before Phase 2. The witch attacks very rarely and is extremely vulnerable to backstabs, which lead to a visceral attack. Secondly, Phase 2 gives the witches the ability to stun the player, which allows one of them to perform a grab attack. The biggest issue with this is that this ranged stun projectile can be performed while the witches are invisible. Souls combat only works so long as the player knows what's going on in any given encounter, seeing as enemy attacks are the most important factor during moment-to-moment gameplay in these games. The player's moveset being simple means that any depth within its combat system must come from enemies, and thus enemies with special mechanics like invisibility need supplemental additions to make them fit within the framework of Souls combat. Need I even mention Priscilla and her footprints in the snow as a good example of the same mechanic being designed in a smart and effective manner? Moves like stuns or grabs need even more telegraphing, and so making an invisible boss have a stun and grab would require even more work. The last issue is the enemies they spawn. The limitation on their aggro range means that they can be ignored for the most part, but then that also means when they do join the fray, they are a thorn in the side of the player and nothing more. They don't add any challenge, they only add to tedium. It'd be like throwing random hollows into the Gwyndolin encounter. Of course, a player can just kill them, but that does not stop them from spawning and can jeopardize a player's ability to do this fight quickly. Which I don't just say because the fight is tedious, but because it's baked into the fight's mechanics. Once the first witch is dead, the player has 50 seconds to defeat the second one before the first respawns with a limited health pool, meaning that this fight is an RNG nightmare, as a player has to fight an invisible witch, hope there's not one of the random enemies nearby, and then hope to deal as much damage as possible before she teleports away, and repeat. If you get stunned, that's 3 seconds wasted. If you get grabbed after, that's another 5 seconds wasted. If one of the enemies is near the witch, that's possibly another 10 seconds wasted. This fight is piss. A rushdown boss which encourages the player to beat it as fast as possible is genuinely a good idea for Bloodborne. But then the boss is infused with mechanics that only serve to delay the player instead of challenge them. But with them out of the way, we can stroll into the next room and grab the Rune Workshop tool. So let's discuss runes. Runes take the place of rings in Bloodborne. 3 runes can be equipped and each provides a passive buff. There is also a 4th slot specifically for multiplayer functionality, and some smaller benefits in single player. I've already detailed the issues pertaining to the limited stat information on some runes, but again, props for including the actual numbers on most of the runes. Runes are designed to enhance builds with various passive benefits for the player. For any given playthrough, I personally tend to run 2 copies of Clockwise Metamorphosis because they stack, and 1 copy of Anti-Clockwise Metamorphosis. Clockwise Metamorphosis can be extremely strong because of the benefits gained through having more health in Bloodborne. A player can take more hits and heal more health per vial. This essentially nullifies the use of runes like Lake and Great Lake, which only allow the player to tank more hits. I don't point this out due to any flaw with the runes, it's still percentage healing on blood vials that cause these issues. The strongest runes tend to be the simplest, but there are some interesting runes in the list, like Erden Writhe, which grants Quicksilver bullets upon successfully performing visceral attacks. This is already more mechanically complex than the rings in Dark Souls. Just like rings though, runes could still be doing more to shoot for interesting designs. Runes which provide buffs that can be build defining simply don't exist, which is fine for a first playthrough, but is not living up to the potential of what could be possible for builds on repeat playthroughs. I don't have much else negative or positive to say on the rune system, as it's quite a simple system that doesn't fall flat nor shine brightly. The only thing left to mention is that all of the strongest runes within each category are locked behind Chalice Dungeons, with the exception of 2. This seems like a system in the game which is an aspect of player-dictated difficulty, which is how Bloodborne manages difficulty owing to a lack of sliders and modes. Even the weakest runes can be substantial to a build, especially seeing as many of the percentage increases scale multiplicatively. The strongest of these runes being held within randomly generated dungeons, which can be searched online for the exact rune that a player needs, means that they're only truly accessible for players that go out of their way to get them. These being mostly inaccessible otherwise, turns these runes into a method that players may use to grant themselves the best items to overcome the game's hurdles. There are issues with this, but I think there are more things to say about the implementation of Chalice Dungeons than there are for Carol runes, fundamentally, so this will be brought up again when Chalice Dungeons are discussed later on. And next up, we already have another boss. Up the stairs of Cathedral Ward is the entrance to the Grand Cathedral, which houses Vicar Amelia. She is the next mandatory boss after Gascoigne. Blood-Starved Beast is technically not mandatory, but in reality, most playthroughs of the game do have the player kill it instead of buying the key. Vicar Amelia is a woman who transforms into a large beast during her cutscene. Her design is pretty neat as a wolf-deer hybrid. The fur and cloth physics add a lot to her design, but also means it's time for a quick tangent. I don't want to spend much time on this, but one cannot discuss Bloodborne without mentioning the poor performance. The game's frame rate is locked at 30, and even then, the base PS4 struggles to reach even that. Noticeable performance hits emerge when some kind of particle or physics object is close to the camera. Kill any boss which explodes in a spray of blood and mist, and you'll see the frame rate absolutely tank into the ground. Sony's neglect of Bloodborne will be remembered in gaming history whether or not they do something with it in the next few years. The obvious necessities are a 60 FPS patch for PS5 and a PC port. FromSoft was clearly prioritizing graphics and effects over performance for Bloodborne's release, as they did with Dark Souls 1's issues within Blighttown on release. Vicar Amelia is a good showcase for this issue, as getting up close to her is a very easy way to turn Bloodborne into a PowerPoint presentation. There's a reason why a lot of modded 60 FPS showcases on jailbroken consoles use the Amelia fight to show off what can be done for Bloodborne on modern hardware. If Bloodborne doesn't get a PC port in the next year or so, I will be definitely interested in trying the game out on the emulator. By then it should be complete at the rate that development is going. Vicar Amelia is a large boss, meaning she cannot be parried using Quicksilver bullets, but she has the limb mechanics that a lot of the larger bosses utilize. It's not only a useful mechanic for granting visceral attacks without needing to use the parry system, but it makes the enemies seem more like a living part of the world. Seeing Amelia wince and recoil as her arms and legs are broken by the player is a great way to breathe more life into these larger bosses, similar to how Sif limping can be a powerful experience for players on a first playthrough. She's another beast boss, but is on the better side because her attacks aren't a flurry of hitboxes. The hitboxes are large and telegraphed for an eternity in some cases, but nothing crazy like Blood-Starved Beast or Gascoigne's second phase. She does also have a unique mechanic to touch on. She has a self-heal. This mechanic is not attempting to make this fight experiential, but rather to fit her thematically. She is a vicar of the Healing Church. Bosses which heal themselves is a touchy subject in any game where this exists. If a boss is able to, the best way to go about it is to be consistent with its implementation, and even then, some implementations are better than others. The inherent problem with bosses who heal themselves in a Souls game relates directly to resource management. A boss having a chance to undo part of the player's work can end up undermining the resources spent during the run. The problem with her healing specifically is that it is not consistent in the slightest with when, why, or how much she heals. It being one of the many moves in her lineup means that it will just come down to luck. Sometimes she'll heal a lot, sometimes she won't even attempt to. If you're knocked down and she decides to heal, then that's a huge disadvantage versus the player who is able to break a limb during her healing animation. It's a very difficult type of ability to do right in a game where a player has limited resources. The only feasible way healing could really work in the Dark Souls format is some kind of consistent lifesteal or healing on hit. Overall, she's not mechanically great, and is also hugely impacted by the game's poor performance. Another letdown of Amelia that isn't associated with her directly is the camera's behavior during the fight. The camera works identically to how it did in Dark Souls. It's your average third-person action game camera employed by most games in the genre. The Souls series is notorious for having camera issues, and I covered some of them in the previous video. Most of these are because of how close the player character is to the camera in the Souls series. There are upsides for this that relate to immersive qualities, but it comes with plenty of drawbacks. Whenever we speak about the camera and its problems in these games, it's through the lens of using the camera lock-on system. Lock-on allows players to use the buttons on the right-hand side of their controller without needing to control their camera manually by automatically focusing the camera on a player's chosen enemy. It also has the function of automatically aiming one's attacks, as otherwise, one would have to constantly angle their character in the correct direction to attack enemies consistently. So what are the common issues then? Lock-on can fuck up the camera when the player is backed against a wall, close to large enemies, and when enemies zoom past or jump above the player character. It's worth saying that camera systems are tough to nail, and I don't think that a perfect camera system can ever exist in a 3D game with as much going on as there is in Bloodborne. Here's the deal though, we're on game 4 of the series at this point, and the camera is still causing the same issues for players as it has right from the start. If anything, the increased speed, and in some cases difficulty, has also exacerbated the issues with the camera. Bloodborne's added speed does a great job at making these camera issues both more extreme and more common. Camera will be referenced again later in the script for 2 particular bosses, in Ebrietas and Ludwig. Both of them are great examples of failure and success within this camera's systems respectively. We're at the point where FromSoft is well aware that their camera has issues. They know that issues coming from an enemy's size can be alleviated with a simple zoom out. At the same time, there are many instances in the game where enemy size causes issues with the camera and no adjustments are implemented. I don't want to go too hard on these specific examples because the bosses themselves are great catalysts for this discussion, but the camera system as a whole is beginning to become unacceptably poor. Camera is one of the core features of any game. All 3D games use them to some degree. In an iterative sequel, camera issues should be one of the first features to be addressed if prior games had issues with it. Anyway, let's save some of this for a little bit later. What's truly pressing right now is a discussion on a mechanic which is now tied to the camera and lock-on system. Rolling is one of the key defensive actions in Souls games. Most would argue that rolling is the most important defensive action available to players, and Bloodborne amplifies this through rolling being the only real defensive action in the game. To avoid damage, the player dodges. Blocking doesn't exist, and parrying is much more offensive than before. The system was also previously balanced using carry weight and poise, but now both of these mechanics are gone. With the removal of these in Bloodborne, dodge is now universal for every character in how it works, no matter the armor. And different dodge types are executed depending on whether the player is locked on to an enemy or not. The system is also balanced around dodge direction with different frame data, as follows. The dodge roll and all quick steps have 11 iframes, the locked off dodge roll has 24 total frames, forward quick step has 18 total frames, quick step back or to the side has 20 total frames, and the back step, executed by pressing dodge without inputting a direction, needn't be mentioned at all. Every evade having the same iframes is a good choice. With a universal roll for all characters, cohesion is the best way to go about it, as different iframes for different directions would be very unintuitive and clunky. So that's everything then. No, Bloodborne introduces counter damage or instability frames for each dodge too. These begin during iframes and end partway through recovery frames at different times depending on the dodge. The dodge roll has the most instability frames and quick step backwards has the least. This chart shows the frame data clearly with red meaning instability frames, green meaning iframes, and yellow meaning recovery frames. Counter damage is a damage multiplier for incoming hits taken during the instability window. The damage increase can be very immense at times. Dark Souls also had counter damage if a player was interrupted while attacking, to discourage simply trading blows with a boss or making risky plays. It did not have it on the roll. I imagine that this exists in Bloodborne's various evades, in part, to encourage attacking rather than spamming rolls. Bloodborne is a game in which aggressive playstyles are rewarded after all. However, Bloodborne also has counter damage on attacks, so that theory goes out of the window. Bloodborne adding them to the latter half of dodge rolls is one of my largest criticisms for the whole game. This does nothing for the play experience except increase damage if a player has already made a mistake. This greatly increases the chance of one-shots occurring and makes Bloodborne's more spammy enemies even worse than they already are. This system demands perfection from the player, which is not a good way to go about creating a challenging experience. This is even worse when coming to the realization that Maria and German can ignore iframes on certain attacks. Counter damage can often completely throw away the balance in many instances. Next time you play Bloodborne and you get one shot, take note of how many of those were during your roll's instability frames, and you'll find the vast majority of them are. It's to the point where sometimes the safer option for large hitting attacks, like the charge moves from Ludwig or Ebrietas, is to take the hit rather than risk dodging incorrectly and dying as a result. It's insane. Now let's discuss another element of the new dodge. The dodge roll when not locked on, and the consequences of its existence. It being a move directly tied to locking on is a design choice which has some implications. Before we discuss those, we need to establish something. It's just worse than any of the quick steps. Is it useless? No, it's the dodge roll type that can push smaller enemies away, so it does have that function when fighting groups or backed into a corner. It also shares the exact same iframes as each quick step, so it's still a decent tool for avoiding attacks. I did some testing and found that all evade types also have an identical distance of travel, so it doesn't gain any bonuses or reductions there either. So what makes it worse then? The increase in recovery frames may seem small, but it's a huge disqualifier. Bloodborne's combat is fast, and having the ability to follow up with another dodge or attack faster is incredibly important. Each dodge roll being up to 6 frames longer than the fastest quickstep will quickly add up. For reference, one can quickstep forward 4 times for every 3 dodge rolls. This equates to more effective iframes over time. 3 rolls is 33 iframes. In that same amount of time, one would get 44 iframes from quickstepping forwards 4 times. The same is true when it comes to the speed of follow-up attacks. Windows to attack in Bloodborne can sometimes be small, so having more time to do so is very strong in many instances. That's why the dodge roll is simply worse than any of the quick steps. Not worth less, but absolutely not as good as each individual locked-on quickstep. Why is this important? Well, the implication is that any time where the lock-on feature is causing camera issues, those issues are far worse, because not using lock-on results in a player being nerfed drastically with a worse dodge roll. On occasion, I've died owing to a boss's jump attack automatically turning off lock-on, which then causes my dodge roll to be worse for evading the high damage boss attack. Lock-on granting the player an improved roll is a good idea on paper, if the lock-on feature is perfect. Unfortunately, it is not. Giving every player universal dodge roll frames is a great way to improve the action combat of the game, because it means that bosses can be balanced around the devs knowing exactly what tools every player has access to. So we were on the right track here, but as a first attempt at this implementation, it has far too many issues to be considered a success. With a few tweaks, this could be made to work exceptionally well, but all of these issues combined cause rolling to be quite flawed in Bloodborne. It will still work well for many players because its core design purpose of being a defensive tool for iframes is still intact, which is great. It's not broken fundamentally, but it is extremely flawed, which is unfortunate. Vicar Amelia's death allows the player to interact with the skull on the altar to see a cutscene as the game's evening setting changes to nighttime. This is a big mechanic that impacts Bloodborne's world. The night progresses throughout the course of the game after certain milestones are hit. The wiki refers to these as time zones, so I shall do the same. This happens once more after this point, and Yahar'Gul is a better example for showcasing how this mechanic affects the world, so for now just know that it's nighttime. The skull also grants us access to the next area, the Forbidden Woods. The Forbidden Woods can be difficult to find as there is very little guidance on how to reach it, but once found it can be entered using the password given to us by the cutscene. The area has the basic enemies from Central Yharnam again, but with different colours on their clothing. There's also an enemy that throws oil urns at the player, giving them a debuff that makes them take more damage to fire for one attack. This is a good way of making an enemy encounter with a group slightly more interesting. A player now has choices on how to progress that isn't related just to how fast they can clear out the enemies. A player may want to take out the oil throwers first, and then deal with the crowd, or they can risk dealing with the crowd first, and potentially take massive damage if they make a mistake. It's nothing revolutionary, but it's something to spruce up the first encounter. The area then becomes a small village housing many of these Central Yharnam enemies. The best thing about the town area is the player's choice on whether to progress using the rooftops of the buildings or through the town on the ground. If a player starts walking towards the path that leads them to the rooftops, they can find a cave, a tiny poison swamp, and a ladder at the end. Climbing up this ladder leads to the locked-off courtyard to the right of the exit to Iosefka's clinic. That's correct, this ladder connects central Yharnam to the Forbidden Woods, and also grants the player access to the rest of Iosefka's clinic. So without any further ado, it's time to discuss Bloodborne's world design, warping, lamps, and the Hunter's Dream. Lamps are checkpoints placed within levels which a player respawns at upon death. They are also used to travel to the Hunter's Dream, the player's main hub which contains the level up NPC, weapon upgrading station, blood gem workshop, rune altar, chalice dungeons, merchants, and waypoints. These waypoints take the form of gravestones that allow a player to traverse to lamps that have been found and interacted with. When a player respawns at a lamp or returns from the Hunter's Dream, all enemies are respawned with the exception of bosses and hunters. Lamps form the core of Bloodborne's gameplay loop. Areas must be conquered on the game's terms from lamp to lamp. One cannot subvert the game in this regard. How each player deals with these areas and enemies is entirely up to them, but the challenge remains consistent. This is fantastic for generating an experience that is shared among all players while still being open enough to allow for a large degree of player agency. It is strange that the player cannot sit at lamps like they could at bonfires. I know that lamps have less functionality than before because kindling and restoring humanity don't exist as mechanics, but this also means that a player just wanting to heal to full and regain their vials that they have in storage must travel to the Hunter's Dream and back. It's not a massive issue, just a small gripe. It's good that this system wasn't changed for the sake of it like the healing system was. This is one of the core mechanics that make Souls games what they are, and I couldn't imagine a Soulsborne game without it. Oh wait, Dark Souls 2 added permadeath to basic enemies, didn't it? The Hunter's Dream is this game's Firelink Shrine. It is cut off from the rest of the world, and the only way to enter is to use a lamp. That is correct. The hub area is not a part of the world with many shortcuts back to it like Firelink Shrine. What this allows for is the Hunter's Dream to have unique visuals that would be difficult to contextualize in the world of Bloodborne. It's the Ash Lake visuals again. The downside of this is the reality that Bloodborne has abandoned the interconnected world design that made Lord Rann special. Aspects of the design of Lord Rann still remain, like areas recreated as scenery where they should be realistically visible in the distance. This being maintained definitely assists the grounded aesthetic and amplifies the immersive qualities of the world. I'm glad that it's still there. Like Lord Rann, the world is also built to use verticality to add to visual storytelling and world building. Scholars, the choir, and many others of those trying to reach a higher plane of existence within the Healing Church are at the top of Cathedral Ward. Cathedral Ward in central Yharnam is where the more opulent members of the population call home. The working class resides within the back alleys of the lowermost parts of Cathedral Ward, with towns and villages of poverty and disease below and surrounding Yharnam. Pseudo-Victorian-era societies that Yharnam was inspired by allows FromSoft the same breathing room that the medieval setting had to create these world-building details because of how much of an emphasis that class had in those times within real-world history. In Dark Souls, FromSoft used these disparate areas to create logical connections between them all to create the splendor of Lord Rann's interconnected Metroidvania-style world. Bloodborne has connections, but far, far fewer of them. Bloodborne's world connects in two locations, these being the ladder between the Forbidden Woods and Central Yharnam, and the door between Yahar'Gul and Old Yharnam. So yeah, not exactly interconnected. The game is quite linear, with optional areas scattered around. This sort of linearity causes a necessity for warping being enabled from the start. Unfortunately, this also means that any attempt to interconnect the world, like they did in those two small instances, isn't meaningful mechanically. These connections are worthless from a mechanical perspective because they cannot be engaged with in any meaningful way outside of the mere spectacle of their existence. The elevator that connects Undead Parish to Firelink Shrine is not only a spectacle to behold as a player comes to see how the world is built, but it's also a mechanical payoff that meaningfully changes how the world is explored and interacted with. The only reason that the Forbidden Woods ladder has mechanical incentive is because it's the only way of accessing Iosefka's clinic. There is zero difference mechanically between how it operates, and if the ladder instead sent the player straight to the clinic with no way of accessing central Yharnam. Level selection has been a part of video games for a very long time. Over time, this has been used less and less, to instead give players seamless experiences that became viable to develop as technology improved. Level-based design has fallen away and open worlds have arisen. Countless loading screens are frowned upon, and hidden loading screens are commonplace. One can see an example of this within the series when Demon's Souls' hub and level selection was changed to the design of the world of Dark Souls. The reason for this is apparent. Immersive qualities are enhanced by a world that can be traversed without the need for loading screens from area to area. The length of uninterrupted playtime that can be experienced within Dark Souls is immense in comparison to its predecessor. Part of the whole experience of Dark Souls is the fact that the player is an active participant in world events. The player is yet another character within the world, just as any of the NPCs or enemies are. Having a world be more of a real place through its logical connections enhances this drastically. How the world comes together is part of the illusion of immersion, not to mention the need to trek through previously explored areas being another part of the equation. When asked in an interview about the world design of Bloodborne in relation to Dark Souls and Demon's Souls, Miyazaki said, and I quote, "I wanted to take the best of both approaches. So every area is linked in one way or another, much like the first Dark Souls, but you also have a hub system like Demon's Souls." I find this quote fascinating, for many reasons. First off, that's just not true. Only 2 areas have Dark Souls 1 style connections, unless you count the entrance and exit to each area, which is an extremely low bar. Secondly, best of both? When fast travel is enabled from the start and every single lamp is warpable, then the game is functionally no different mechanically from a level select menu. Warping was introduced in Dark Souls 1 when the world became too large to facilitate the work that would be required to maintain thorough interconnectivity. I mean shit, Lost Izalith wasn't even finished on release. Warp was necessary for the interconnected world to not become a hindrance, and even then, not every bonfire is warpable, and that's one of the core reasons as to why it works. This meant that players would still need to engage with the world's shortcuts and connections, despite an ability to fast travel. If warping were enabled for every single bonfire, then the interconnected world would serve no purpose after Anor Londo had been overcome. It would be right back to level selection. Why revisit connecting areas if I can just pick the level I need to complete and go from there? This is exactly the case with Bloodborne. A player picks a level, they go through it, beat the boss at the end, go back to the Hunter's Dream, and repeat. Nothing about Bloodborne changes mechanically if each area was a distinct level like in Demon's Souls. It would hurt the experience of Bloodborne, as Yharnam can be traversed from beginning to end as one large world. But the greatest strengths of such a world are not fully realized because of the linearity and existence of warping. Bloodborne's world design is nothing but a downgrade, and it's painful to see when the elements were all in place for Bloodborne to match or even surpass Dark Souls. Erden Chapel is central, much like Firelink Shrine. Further connections between Cathedral Ward and Central Yharnam were cut. The different time zones progressing would have meant revamped enemy variety and placement in connecting areas during a playthrough. The connection between Yahar'Gul and Old Yharnam would have had a fucking point. Speculate to your heart's content on why the interconnected world design was ditched in Bloodborne. FromSoft being a Japanese studio means that there is less we can glean from inside sources, interviews, and statements from past developers. They aren't like Bethesda, where every interview and developer talk showcases yet another damning indictment of their design practices.
We don't have a lot of extensive design documentation.
Oops, sorry, how did that get in there? I have my own theories about why the change was made, but it's no use speculating at this point. The change was made and the damage is done. I do want to add that the world design of Bloodborne is not bad. It's actually quite good. Areas are placed where they should be logically, and the world's layout is another vessel to tell the story of Yharnam. It is worse than Lordran though. Lordran innovated on world and level design in such a way that it set a new bar for the entire industry, and Bloodborne's shift in design is going to have a ripple effect on the discussions we'll have on all the later games. Anyway, let's carry on. Iosefka's clinic introduces the Blue Men, celestial emissaries. This and the other emissaries in Forbidden Woods are one of the first major showcases of the more eldritch elements of the game. Some players may have seen this coming if they read item descriptions like the description of some Carol runes and Madman's Knowledge. Another way is the introduction of brain suckers throughout Cathedral Ward and the one just outside the clinic. How the game slowly transitions from supernatural Victorian styles to its Lovecraftian Eldritch styles is done fantastically. It is hinted at from as early as the start of the game through items, and over time the Eldritch influences become more and more apparent. Eldritch beings fill up the latter half of the game while beasts fill out the former. This does have some implications on mechanics. Kin-type enemies are the Eldritch beings, and beasts are, well, beast-type enemies. There are some exceptions to this, like Orphan of Kos and Moon Presence not being counted as kin, but that seems to be more of a lore implication than a mechanical consideration. There is an issue with this in that the only way to figure this out is by looking it up on wikis that have the data mined information. It is not intuitive at all. But don't you get it? That's the point. They're Eldritch entities. They're not supposed to be understood. Yeah, that's a nice way to sidestep the topic, but it's not useful in a discussion on mechanics. Having built-in, hard-to-understand mechanics for Eldritch creatures is actually a great way to integrate the story and gameplay. Mixing mechanics with story, lore, and tone is one of the best ways to give players powerful experiences within a game, as there is less likely to be ludonarrative dissonance. Gwyn being mechanically easy in Dark Souls is cited as part of his strengths in a narrative sense, even though it wasn't intended by FromSoft. The issue I have is that damage resistances and enemy type distinctions are already hidden from the player, so when information is contradictory, like it is with the kin enemies, it suffers as there is no feedback that the player can receive to make them realize they're doing something wrong. Action game combat with action RPG systems do not gel well with a genre that puts emphasis on creatures which are incomprehensible. This is one of the general issues with Eldritch creatures in a visual medium. How can one portray something inexplainable? In writing, I can say that there are two parallel lines that meet in the middle, but attempting to portray that on screen is impossible. One can describe the indescribable in words, but not in visuals or game mechanics. This is why a lot of the better cosmic horror games out there completely avoid the ability for the player to fight Eldritch entities. Bloodborne is one of the best cosmic horror games that we have at the time of writing this script because of how insight interacts with the game's progression, in conjunction with the ambiguity of the lore and story. The surprise of Bloodborne's Eldritch influences is another fantastic element of this. Players without foreknowledge will slowly see the game shift from supernatural to cosmic horror as they play the game. Eldritch gods are one of the hardest enemy types to get right in any game, and Bloodborne has done remarkably well considering the difficulties, even if there are a few nitpicks to be had here and there. Iosefka's clinic is quite a small area containing Imposter Iosefka as a hunter-type enemy, and the item which allows entry into Cainhurst Castle. Other than that, there's not much to touch on quite yet, so for now, let us return to the Forbidden Woods. The area continues as we get deeper into the woods. This area is pretty much a straight shot from beginning to end, with a few side zones to explore here and there. The people here are afflicted in a similar way as the Beast Plague, but it manifests in them as snakes instead of the mammal aesthetics of previous beasts. These people are affected by parasites rather than the blood of beasts. It's a neat visual style that distinguishes the Forbidden Woods from the rest of the areas prior. This parasitic spread helps enforce why the woods are forbidden, even if the real reason why is because this is the path to Byrgenwerth. It is quite often that a game can try to convince the player of grandeur through story without anything reinforcing that description within gameplay or visuals itself. I'm sorry to reference Skyrim again in these videos, but a great example of how this is done poorly is within that game. Dragons have returned and a crisis has begun across the continent, but a snow bear is a much more deadly encounter than most dragons in the early game. Alduin is said to be the Eater of Worlds, but can be defeated by a level 20 character wearing mid-level gear. Dragons are a sapient species with their own language of magical, powerful shouts, yet they only ever use ice and fire breath against the player. The success of Forbidden Woods is how it matches atmosphere, tone, story, and mechanics, even if the area itself is similar in layout to Old Yharnam and Hemwick Charnel Lane. To be fair, this is a fact that is shared among almost all of Bloodborne. The atmosphere and tone through its art direction is fucking impeccable. The game is simply dripping with style at every beck and call, and it doesn't use this just to showcase some pretty vistas, but to communicate world building and lore as well. For those who place Bloodborne as their favourite game in the series, the world, visual aesthetics, and art direction is usually the most common reason cited as to why. This is one of the reasons why I don't want a Bluepoint-style remake of Bloodborne, but instead just a PC port and PS5 patch, which includes a texture upgrade, anti-aliasing options, and 60 FPS. While Bluepoint's remake of Demon's Souls is graphically gorgeous from a technical standpoint, I know of many OG Demon's Souls fans who are unhappy with the art direction for not matching up with From Software's original vision. Bloodborne's art direction is so great and finely tuned that I don't trust new hands with the IP. I don't want the atmosphere of a Bloodborne remake to be a shadow of its former self. And speaking of shadows, Forbidden Woods caps off with a fight against the Shadows of Yharnam. Shadows of Yharnam begins with one criticism already being levied at them before we even enter the fog door, that being the extremely long run back. Death in Bloodborne is consistently punishing. The player temporarily loses all collected blood echoes, only being permanently lost if a player dies again before picking them back up off the ground. Dropped echoes can now also inhabit enemies within the world, nearby where the player died. This is an interesting addition. Before, a player may be able to run past every enemy to collect their resources, and only begin to engage with their opposition once their supplies are returned to their person. This added mechanic means that a player may need to overcome the challenge that bested them in their prior run. It's honestly a fantastic addition which increases the challenge of reclaiming lost echoes, because a player must now meaningfully interact with the world and enemies in order to reclaim their lost echoes. A player must earn their rewards back instead of being handed them back. How punishing death is not a mark of quality. Games can have a swath of punishments for defeat that range from forgiving to punishing, and it all depends on context. The important factor for mechanics which punish players is both consistency and aligning the level of mistake with the level of punishment. Getting hit by an enemy is a menial affair, so the punishment of needing to heal is a small setback. Letting one's HP reach 0 is a much bigger mistake and is thus punished justly. Bloodborne is very good about this. Death is very punishing, but never really deviates that punishment bar one commonly cited issue. Many players have issues with boss runbacks. Runbacks actually aren't the real issue. The issue is that their inconsistency can lead different deaths to different bosses to have differing levels of punishment. This can double up on players who feel that their death was unjust, or for lack of a better term, bullshit. As we shall discuss shortly, Shadows of Yharnam is not a very well designed boss, so the longer run back for them can often lead to frustration. Compare that run back to the Lady Maria run back, and the inconsistency is immense. They don't really add anything to the game in the way that they're currently designed. So the only two options then is to either remove boss runbacks and have checkpoints be outside of the fog door, or try to perfectly align every runback to be as close to identical in length as can be done. Obviously, the latter of these choices is more difficult to implement than the other, because this choice could end up being a limiting factor on level design, and so the former choice ends up being the only real viable one. Overall though, runbacks in Bloodborne tend to be shorter than the longest we've seen in the series, which is nice for quality of life. As I've stated before, once you give a player a super fast runback, it's very hard to give a player a longer one and have it feel fair. Lady Maria and Gehrman have almost 0 runback times, which can make runbacks like Shadows of Yharnam or The One Reborn feel horrible on repeat playthroughs, especially if the boss is badly designed. Onto the Shadows themselves. They are the first proper multi-boss fight in the game. Witches of Hemwick had the basic enemies and was technically 2 opponents. But this is the first real multi-boss fight where the fight starts with several bosses, and all must be defeated for the fight to end. The only other boss like this is the Living Failures, and even then that's arguable as they work more like the 4 Kings, so Shadows of Yharnam can technically be seen as the only true multi-boss fight in the game. Multi-boss encounters suffer if careful attention is not given within their design for each entity within the fight to complement each other. The main reason for this is because the combat of Bloodborne is built for single enemy combatants. Combat is still functional when there are multiple adversaries, but it is not the game playing to its strengths. At their best, multi-boss fights can rival the best of the best fights in any given game in the series. At their worst, they are the most horrifically designed fights that seem to supply multiple enemies in an attempt to artificially inflate difficulty. The Shadows of Yharnam are 3 identical humanoid figures, each wielding a different weapon. One is a swordsman, one uses a sword and a flamethrower, and another is a ranged damage dealer with some melee options. The fight usually plays out with the 2 swordsmen running directly at the player, as the ranged shadow stays at the back firing his barrage of fireballs. The player almost always has all 3 shadows attacking them at once, which can be quite a bit overwhelming. One can sometimes pull the 2-handed swordsman away from the others, as it tends to be the fastest, but even if a player manages this, the flamethrower shadow won't be far behind, and the ranged attacks will still be firing consistently. What doesn't help the situation is that the flamethrower shadow can also easily stun-lock the player in the fire, killing us in one blast even if one has a high vitality stat and health runes equipped. This leads a lot of the fight to be dancing around the battlefield, hoping for damage on the swordsman while avoiding the other 2 at all costs. The player does have the choice to deal with the flamethrower or ranged shadow first, but the swordsman is generally able to keep up with the player to the point where he is the clear best option to take out at the start. A large factor in that is how easy the swordsman can be parried. His parry window is insanely large, to the point where a parry may land even when it seems like it shouldn't. I assume that this is to make the parry windows more available to the player during a fight with so much going on at once. This leads the parry mechanic to cause the encounter to be extremely trivial, owing to the iframes and AoE stagger on visceral attacks. And it causes not utilizing parries to make the encounter overwhelming, because of how much the shadows attack in sequence. There is little to no middle ground for this boss. Generally, either the player dominates or the shadows dominate. Now, is a parrying skill check bad in of itself? The issue with this is that it heavily trivializes the encounter. Consumable items only trivialize Blood-Starved Beast if a heavy, purposeful use of them are utilized in a specific way. It is not intuitive how to trivialize that boss with items. They can make it easier, but the vast majority of players will still have to meaningfully interact with the boss. In the case for the shadows, parrying absolutely makes the fight trivial in a way that other skill checks don't, because of how naturally a player will end up causing the trivialization. Something being a skill check isn't a free pass to make an encounter redundant for those who are skilled. Knowing how to dodge is a skill, but doesn't trivialize bosses. One must still meaningfully interact with an entirety of a boss's mechanics and moveset, and still find openings to attack and heal. What about the experience when not using the parry mechanic then? When parries are not used in the Shadows of Yharnam fight, it becomes a clusterfuck of attacks from all directions. The lock-on and camera can often be in a position where the player cannot discern where each shadow is. To contrast this fight with Ornstein and Smo, that fight makes sure that the player can always get a read of where each enemy is with how each entity operates. O and S are made to complement each other mechanically. Smo is huge and slow, whereas Ornstein is fast and small. Their attacks are distinct from one another mechanically, and are telegraphed with each other in mind. It is the gold standard for how well multi-boss fights can be made. Each Shadow of Yharnam acts too similarly to one another, especially the 2 swordsmen. The large gravestone that a player can use to block the ranged Shadow's projectiles is honestly doing a lot of heavy lifting for this fight to not make it overwhelming 24/7. It's reminiscent of the pillars in the Ornstein and Smo arena. This fight would be a lot better if it were 2 enemies instead of 3. Having the swordsman and ranged user with 50% increased health on each of them, and the flamethrower shadow removed, would be a good first step towards improving the fight. The more enemies are added, the more work is required to make them all gel within a single combat encounter, especially with how camera and lock-on works. I guess it's finally time to address the just don't use it argument. This argument is often used by people trying to defend FromSoft's camera and lock-on from criticism. For the unaware, the argument goes exactly as it sounds. If the lock-on system is causing issues for a given encounter, just don't use it. The encounter is not badly designed because it's a skill to know when to use lock-on or not. This argument is so widespread that I even got comments employing it in my Dark Souls video. And it's an argument that no longer is localized to just the lock-on system or multi-enemy encounters. It was popularized by HBomberGuy in his video in defense of Dark Souls 2, as a response to criticisms levied by Matthew Matosis towards Dark Souls 2. Multiple creators have already taken a stab at dismantling this argument, but I think I'll throw my hat into the ring, seeing as there will undoubtedly be comments using it in this video too. So here we go. Lock-on is required because manually keeping the camera angle to face opponents uses the same side of the controller that is necessary for rolling, healing, and quick item usage. It automates the camera to allow a player to focus on using the other parts of their toolkit. Players always have the option to turn lock-on off, and this comes with the requirement to keep enemies within vision by hand, and also forces a player to aim their attacks themselves. Lock-on isn't just a camera tool, it aims attacks and, in Bloodborne, also aims parries, and changes the functionality of the dodge roll. The just don't use it argument falls apart for many reasons. The first major reason being that whether or not a player ought to use lock-on is irrelevant. Lock-on is part of the core systems within Bloodborne that enemies, bosses, and encounters are built around. These systems also include, but are not limited to, animation commitment, stamina limitations, and lamps. These mechanics are primary, and enemies are secondary. Despite this, Souls combat relies extremely heavily on the movesets of enemies and bosses to generate the combat experience due to simplicity of player combat. This means that while enemies and their movesets are not core mechanics, they are extremely important for making those foundational mechanics work well within the framework of the combat system. Even more so in Bloodborne because of the focus on the action elements. That means that even if it were true that turning off lock-on was indeed the best option for a combat encounter, and was down to player skill, that does not fix said combat encounter. It's not the player's lack of skill or knowledge that caused the design of an encounter to not gel well with the core mechanics present within the game. It's a design issue, not a skill issue, definitionally. The other reason why this argument falls apart is because of the extreme benefits gained from lock-on and extreme drawbacks received from having it turned off. To start, the player cannot parry with lock-on disabled. It is technically possible, but in good faith, no one would argue that parrying is viable without locking onto the chosen enemy. With parrying being so universal in Bloodborne, this is already a major downside. But we're just getting started. Players must manually aim their attacks, which means that there's a possibility that a player can miss, which can be a death sentence depending on the situation. Remember that missing has defensive downsides too because of the rally system. Items like Augur of Abritus or Molotov cocktails cannot be viably aimed, similar to the issues with parrying. These items rely heavily on the use of the lock-on feature. The camera has the exact same fundamental properties, whether the player is locked on or not. This means that even turning the lock-on off is not a cure-all solution to the issues that can be present with lock-on enabled. Finally, and the biggest of them all for Bloodborne, the player loses access to their good dodge when not using lock-on, as I have already proven earlier in this video. All of these downsides for the possibility that the fight will be slightly more legible is not a trade-off. All of this to say the just don't use it argument is not a good counter to issues relating to multi-enemy encounters and the lock-on feature. It isn't a good argument 99% of the time for countering other criticisms either. But you'll have to hold on till Elden Ring before we can discuss the other major use of it within the community. Before we delve into Byrgenwerth, it's time to step away from the path forward and explore Cainhurst Castle. Cainhurst can be explored any time after the acquisition of the summons from Iosefka's clinic, and is balanced to be somewhere in between Forbidden Woods and Yahar'Gul in terms of difficulty. Most players with thorough knowledge of the game will head there before Shadows of Yharnam. This is because the area contains enough bloodstone chunks to upgrade a weapon from +6 to +7, which can be a huge help for the Shadows of Yharnam encounter. This is a great way to reward knowledge of the game. A lot of players will eventually reach Cainhurst, as the summons are quite clear on where to go, and so knowing to rush the area before the player can reasonably challenge it marks a good moment for players' knowledge of item locations to be expressed meaningfully. I know it may be subtle, but the placement of items is also a system that needs to be very carefully designed, and this was done extremely well in Bloodborne. The caveat that comes with Cainhurst Castle being optional is that it is difficult to know when to go to receive a balanced experience. A lot of optional content within most games that don't scale enemies with the player do have this issue, because it puts the burden of balancing on the player. A player could end up visiting the area sooner than expected and realize it's too much to tackle. On the other end, a player could visit the area far later and have their experience devalued by stomping every roadblock present. Don't be mistaken, this isn't a flaw or praise, it's more of a fact of the matter. Every piece of optional content with static difficulty has this balancing act within it, owing to the nature of content which is optional. If this was the case for mandatory critical path content, that'd be when it starts to become a major issue. This is why FromSoft DLCs tend to be balanced for endgame characters. Bloodborne characters tend to be closer in power with one another after their weapons have reached +10, and all but the final boss has been defeated. This is why the optional DLC content within both Bloodborne and Dark Souls are usually begun by players just before the final boss stretch. The entrance to Castle Cainhurst must first be found within Hemwick Charnel Lane. It requires standing very near a pillar in the middle of Hemwick Crossing. The area begins when a stagecoach arrives at Cainhurst Castle after 2 cutscenes. The whole area has the player exploring many locations in and amongst the castle. It begins in the courtyard, leads to a library, and then on the rooftops. Cainhurst Castle's level design uses the fact that it's a castle to inform progression. It's genuinely hard to tell whether the level was designed first, or the castle was made realistically and then a level was made afterwards. It's an impressive display of care taken into making a level which fits both as a level within a video game and a realistic place within the world. This kind of approach is very reminiscent of Anor Londo, and works incredibly well for making the world seem more believable. The grounded aesthetic is kicking into gear at full speed here. It's also a good method to incorporate other facets of the Gothic art style. The game mainly focuses on an old London style, but Gothic architecture was introduced in our real world at the end of the medieval period. Even Anor Londo was designed with inspiration from the Milan Cathedral, which began construction in 1386. Granted, it took around 6 centuries for the cathedral to be completed, but the foundation of that Gothic architecture arose late within the Middle Ages. This area captures that completely. It is a worn-down castle from a bygone era within this world. It still maintains the Gothic architecture because Gothic styles had been used for centuries on Earth. FromSoft really took the time to flesh out the aspects of the world, and it speaks volumes. Areas have distinct looks and tones because the Gothic style they are emulating has had just as many evolutions and distinctions within the real world. It speaks to FromSoft making sure that Bloodborne's visuals didn't come across as one note. Cainhurst Castle contains one of my favourite looking armour sets in the game, the Executioner set. Armour in Bloodborne can be found throughout the world and purchased from the different vendors. The armour comes in sets of 4 or less, there being a slot for a hat, trousers, garb, and gloves. Different armour has differing defense values for the various damage types in the game. We cannot talk about Bloodborne's armour without immediately bringing up the aspect of the system that was lost in the move from Dark Souls to Bloodborne. Armour weight, carry weight, and poise are gone. When Bloodborne released, there was a hidden carry weight statistic which affected stamina regeneration, but that system was removed in patch 1.04. These systems were removed between games because they existed to balance how armour and rolling interacted with each other. Bloodborne no longer has rolling differences attached to the equipment in use, so the requirement of carry weight and poise are no longer factors. The downstream effect of this is that the armors are all balanced within their stats themselves, rather than tying higher stats to higher carry weights like before. This becomes a necessity to ensure that many sets of armor are still viable, rather than being able to find armor sets with higher and higher stats over time. This is good as it allows for Bloodborne to maintain the aspect of player choice in what armor to wear, as otherwise, all endgame characters would be homogenized into using the quote-unquote best armor. With Bloodborne's action-heavy focus, it would have been easy to remove armor entirely, and I'm glad that it stuck around as it's still a method of customizing one's defense to some degree. Balancing all armor to be just as good as each other comes with the con that the choice of which armor to wear has decreased in value substantially outside of aesthetics. Fashion Souls was always a method by which players decided their armor worn, but this playstyle was amplified in popularity far more with the release of Bloodborne, because armor choice is near meaningless mechanically. Armor choice can be important on the extreme end, like during challenge runs, but for most situations and playthroughs, it isn't. This is the give and take of having a system like this. Allow players to make any choice they want with their armor, and it comes at the cost of these choices not meaningfully interacting with gameplay. Is this good or bad? Well, it's neither. It's simply a change indicative of Bloodborne's focus on action. The area is capped off with a fight against Martyr Logarius. Logarius was set up by Alfred earlier on in the game, and here he is as a boss. The title of Martyr is also a good addition, as he was set up as Alfred's master. It's a neat bit of wordplay with titles that both begin with the letter M. This can lead some players to not realize that the title changed from the last we heard of the character. Logarius is a large man, seemingly undead, who uses a combination of steel and sorcery against the player. Like most bosses in Bloodborne, he has two phases. Phase 1 has Logarius use mostly magical attacks, and Phase 2 has him use mostly melee attacks. The arena is on the rooftop of the castle, which showcases one of Bloodborne's smaller issues with elevation. Slight elevation differences between the player and an enemy can cause gunshots to completely whiff, and can also not allow visceral attacks to be performed. The visceral attack requires the player to be standing in a specific direction against whichever enemy it can be used on. For backstabs, this is behind them. For parries, this is in front of them. Moving too much to the side will cause the player to execute a regular light attack. I have no doubt that infinite time and budget would have allowed From to create specific animations for each direction, but we don't live in a utopia, so certain sacrifices must be made. The issues that arise is that whenever an enemy is ever so slightly above or below the player, the game will often not register those instances as sufficient to land a visceral attack, similar to when a player is beside an enemy, and it's as if the visuals are lying to the player. This seems like an oversight, whereas bullets going into the stratosphere randomly seems more like a bug. Both are issues the game has and can make Logarius far worse than otherwise because of how his arena is built. Other than these small issues that Logarius is unfortunately stuck in the crossfire of, he himself is pretty good. Phase 1 isn't as good as the second, as Logarius is very easily staggered with a lot of weapons, making many attacks that Logarius will attempt to use not go off. Once Phase 2 hits and he has more movement options, the fight ramps up in both difficulty and quality. His use of both fast and magical attacks allow him to not be trivialized by parries, as very few of his attacks have decently sized parry windows. Him having at least one easily parryable attack without being full of them actually manages to improve him as a boss encounter, because it rewards players using every aspect of their toolkit while paying attention to the fight. A player is rewarded for parrying the attack, but being good at landing parries alone is not going to win the fight for the player. While his moves do lack modularity with one another, it's still a solid fight which is bogged down by those few flaws which keep it from being top tier. When Logarius dies, he drops the Crown of Illusions. The naming isn't exactly subtle, which I think was the point. FromSoft wants the player to be drawn to investigate the crown, and in doing so, be clearly guided to the final and hidden area of Cainhurst Castle. The name arouses suspicion, and the item description is pretty clear-cut with what the player is supposed to do with it. When the player has it on and walks towards where Logarius is positioned at the start of the fight, a cutscene triggers and the Queen's Chambers appears in front of the player. You may have guessed already, and yes, I have a nitpick. Bloodborne aims to keep many aspects of what made the older games so special. Hidden secrets to find and experiences to be had is a big part of that. On the other hand, Bloodborne also aims to lean far more heavily on the action elements of the Souls format, and so these experiential moments are reduced in number within Bloodborne. What makes a lot of the experiential aspects of prior games special is that they relied heavily on many aspects of the medium of video games to accomplish this. Many experiential aspects of prior games leaned on mechanical experiences that were unconventional, rather than just simply in presentation. What most of these also succeeded with is that they were emergent aspects of the game. They often appear naturally without the player realizing they're being given a novel experience. The Crown of Illusions is so unsubtle and direct that the experiential element of it is boiled down to simply gawking at the visuals as the cutscene plays. All of the potential was there for Bloodborne to have its cake and eat it, but instead it cheapens out. The player is following a guided set of actions instead of coming across an experience to be had and piecing things together. I have a solution to this. Make the unopened summons that the player gives to Alfred to progress his questline be given to the player after Logarius dies. This item is already vague enough that only a player paying attention will know to give it to Alfred. If a player then returns to Cainhurst, the Queen's chambers are revealed, and Alfred will be found within the area celebrating his kill as he currently does in-game. The player can then pick up the flesh of the Queen and through exploration can find the altar after killing Ebrietas, which gives the player the choice to resurrect the dead Queen if the player wishes to align themselves with the Vile Bloods. This solves and connects many disjointed parts of the game. First off, it gives the Altar of Despair a use which has meaningful consequences, as it is now the only way to align with the Queen of the Vile Bloods. As it stands, the altar only exists so that a player can walk back on their decisions made prior. Secondly, it allows the discovery of the hidden area to be less forced, as players will have to have a keen memory to remember that Alfred is associated with Logarius. This leads to emergent experiences for players who are able to figure it out. Bloodborne is so rich with opportunities for interesting events like this that it's worth looking at where some elements miss their potential. Is this nitpicky? Yes, but I think there's value in talking about smaller aspects of game design as all the elements of a game culminate to form the whole. I did it with Dark Souls, I'm doing it with Bloodborne, and will do it for Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. Onwards along the critical path, we arrive at Byrgenwerth. This is an area of extreme significance in the lore and story of the game. The whole area contains the first major use of eldritch creatures as primary enemies within the game. The area is overall extremely small and just a prelude to the boss of the zone, rather than being a fully fledged area in of itself. Master Willem, the character during the cinematic after beating Amelia, is sitting in a chair by the entrance to Rom's arena. He points towards the lake which a player must fall into to begin the fight against Rom, and can also be killed for a Carol rune. Both him and the hunter enemy in the building have headwear that covers their eyes. Yeah, it's time to delve into Insight. Insight is a secondary currency and resource received in Bloodborne. It can be gained from starting boss fights, finding new areas, defeating bosses, speaking to certain NPCs, experiencing certain events, and using certain consumable items. Insight at a baseline acts as a currency which can be used to purchase items at the Insight Bath Messenger shop. These items include consumables like bolt and fire paper, and special items like boss armor sets. The general rule is that, if an item is available for purchase for both Blood Echoes and Insight at some point, the Insight shop will have that item available sooner than that of the Blood Echo merchant. Insight as a resource is incredibly valuable and is difficult to farm until much later into the game. As a mechanic, it's the Bloodborne equivalent of humanity, without the healing factor. Even if Insight were just an alternative currency and that's all it did, it would already be a great mechanic. Players must manage their Insight and be picky with how they choose to use it, because of the rarity of that currency. Its value comes from its scarcity. What makes Insight such a fucking genius mechanic is that it slots in perfectly with the eldritch themes of the latter half of the game, to create a fantastic system which takes advantage of the themes of cosmic horror, as well as improving its value as a currency in the process. Gaining insight happens when the player witnesses events which opens their mind to the maddening information of the cosmos. A great example really early on is that a player will receive insight when they begin the Gascoigne encounter, and again when they witness Gascoigne turn into a beast for the first time. Witnessing the eldritch truth and descent into madness is a shared theme of a lot of cosmic horror, and games can often struggle with approaching this concept. Insight as a stat allows players to see things that previously weren't there. The most clear example is the Amygdala sitting atop Erden Chapel, which is only visible if the player has 40 or more insight. One small nitpick is that if a player gets grabbed by Amygdala before 40 insight, the semi-opaque view of it can spoil the experience. Other than those bigger creatures, there are some smaller instances where insight changes things, like the church servants having eyes on their lanterns if a player has 15 or more insight. Increased insight even makes the game more challenging in a particular instance. Having at least 15 insight within Hemwick Charnel Lane allows the regular enemies that the Witches of Hemwick spawn to appear near the start of the zone. Higher insight also decreases the player's frenzy resistance and beasthood, which is useful to keep high up if a player plans on using beast blood pellets. These effects for higher insight values rewards players for not sitting on their insight, as it is a resource to be spent instead of hoarded. It being both a limited currency and a statistic at once does wonders for the system, because it causes a player to balance both aspects. It helps that it is balanced near perfectly. It's a mechanic which amplifies the game's entire presentation and flow. It binds Bloodborne together mechanically and thematically. All else equal, the game simply wouldn't be the same without insight. On to the first true eldritch boss of Bloodborne, Rom, the vacuous spider. Rom's arena is a large open lake which the player walks on top of. The area is separated from the rest of the game world to give it a very unique effect than that of other arenas. Rom is a large spider with a head that barely takes any damage, but can be attacked on her sides and back for regular damage. She starts out as non-hostile and is always hostile from the start upon any subsequent attempts. Once aggroed, she spawns 10 regular enemies around her, so yeah, it's one of these fights. Rom doesn't attack the player in phase 1, only her minions do. At 75% HP, she teleports away, and gains the vast majority of her moveset which focuses on keeping the player away from her. After her third and final teleport, she gains melee attacks. Each time one of these teleports occurs, she also spawns another 10 minions at her location. I cannot stress how ungodly shit Rom is. The two main strategies for Rom are either to rush her down, or to kill the spiderlings before focusing on Rom herself. This choice of approach essentially boils down to having a shorter fight with more RNG, or a longer fight with progressively less RNG as the fight goes along. The spiderlings are a menace to the fight's quality. If we start with how much it hurts the fight on a fundamental level, the spiderlings can attack the player through Rom's body with their spit attacks. This is obviously an oversight. These spiderlings also maintain Rom's highly defensive head, which makes a full frontal assault impossible. As with most cases, these basic enemies added into the fight do nothing but harm the fight in an attempt to artificially inflate the difficulty. Rom is an extremely simple enemy on her own, so she has a bunch of minions to compensate. Rushing her down and ignoring the adds is entirely possible, but then becomes a dice roll as one unfortunate string of attacks from the enemies is enough to send the player back to the lamp. The answer then naturally becomes just dealing with the spiderlings before Rom after every teleport. The issue here is that these fuckers make the usual crowd control abilities that a player has at their disposal near worthless because of their defense on their head. Them only being vulnerable on their sides means that each one must be dealt with individually for the most part, as most spiderlings will be facing the player head first. Of course, players who just rush Rom may not understand this point, because a lot of the issues that a player will have with her will be down to their playstyle. But every strategy still showcases at least one of many of this boss's issues. For the rushdown strategy, it can turn into a dance of going at it again and again until the enemy's attacks decide to give the player the victory, much like Capra Demon. One thing that a lot of players will notice is the absurd level of damage on the spiderlings. These guys can reduce a high HP character to near 1 HP if they so happen to jump on the player during the instability frames of an evade. It's not like the boss is the main challenge and these things are just an annoyance, which would already be bad. No, their damage is nuclear depending on the situation. You don't even want to know how bad this fight is during a Blood level 4 run, unless you've done it, in which case congrats. It's Capra Demon again if Capra was a fight built around high damage one-shots. A player can't even use terrain to their advantage like they can in Capra Demon. This fight is one of the go-to examples of how the Souls format as it is in Bloodborne and Dark Souls is simply not built for multi-enemy encounters, and for one to be functional, a lot of work needs to be put in to make it fit. So yeah, TLDR, Rom bad. Once Rom is dead, the player can see Queen Yharnam somewhere atop the lake. Upon approach, a cutscene is triggered and the final time zone shift occurs, and the player is sent to the beginning of Yahar'Gul. So without any further delay, let's talk about time zones. Bloodborne is separated into 4 different time zones across the span of the game. The game begins in the late afternoon. Once Erden Chapel is reached, evening begins. This is why there's a cutscene when entering the chapel for the first time. A touch of orange can still be seen in the sky at this point. After touching the altar in the Grand Cathedral, nighttime begins in full. The final shift occurs once Queen Yharnam is approached, causing the blood moon to arise. These shifts are more than just a visual replacement of the skybox. The change in time zone alters enemy placement, progresses NPC quest lines, changes some enemy behavior, unlocks new content, removes insight requirements to see the Amygdalas in Cathedral Ward, and gives the merchants new purchasing options. The biggest shift of any of these is Yahar'Gul. Yahar'Gul is an optional area for the first half of the game. Once the blood moon rises, Yahar'Gul becomes part of the critical path. The time zones are a great way to change the world visually and mechanically as a player progresses. There is a noticeable path from daytime to blood moon such that progression can be seen both on the player character and in the world they inhabit. The game takes place during the night of the hunt, and having that time progression come across within the game mechanics is a fantastic way to integrate the story with the gameplay. Despite all of this praise, this mechanic does come with the caveat that it was unfinished. There are many locations in the game which do not shift mechanically or visually once the blood moon rises. This can be highly immersion breaking for many players. At minimum, these areas must be changed visually for the experience to not be broken. The change from day to evening is not easily noticed. They almost look identical. The shift from evening to nighttime is far more noticeable, but some would still be excused for not realizing that much had changed. The game is still quite dark in the evening. The shift from nighttime to blood moon is placed front and center during a cutscene and is then a huge visual element of the next critical path area. It is near impossible to avoid noticing the final shift, and so it ought to have been the time zone which was the most visually consistent, if any had to be unfinished. It is a true shame because Bloodborne does atmosphere and world building so fucking well. But this one slip-up is why I cannot call Bloodborne's visual atmosphere perfect. It's near perfect, but not quite there. Other than that one mistake, however, the mechanic is a very good way to change up the world, NPCs, and enemies in a way that is extremely natural and well done. Yahar'Gul needs to be discussed twice owing to the time zone mechanic. I must say, using the time zones to contextualize Yahar'Gul as both a critical path and optional area is a fantastic decision. What a great way to show the effect of the blood moon by having the area be so drastically different each time it's carved through. With that, let us begin the nighttime version of Yahar'Gul and the titular Hypogean jail. All around the world of Yharnam will be kidnappers. These are usually extremely powerful enemies relative to others in the area, and if a player dies to one of them, a cutscene plays upon respawning, and a player is sent to the Hypogean jail without any lamps to escape. Not to worry though, one will be provided very soon. This area and entry requirement can be an extremely powerful experience for the player. The only foreshadowing of this event is the model of the kidnappers. They hold a sack over their shoulder, which is the only indication of this special interaction. This area and experiential moment can be entirely missed if a player doesn't die to one of these enemies. Players who rush past all the enemies in an area to reach the boss, or those who run away from the tough enemies in any given zone, will likely not come across this. It being something that can be missed arguably makes it more meaningful. Having experiential aspects within a zone or boss was done very often in Dark Souls, but this was the first true experiential moment within a basic enemy, which adds to the moment when it happens. Basic enemies are intuitively unremarkable, because they are used to fill up areas with challenges instead of providing specific experiences. On top of all of this, it's also great because it will very often be an emergent experience. It can happen entirely naturally on a first playthrough during regular combat gameplay. On subsequent playthroughs, players will either avoid these enemies entirely, or get purposefully killed, depending on whether they want to go to the jail or not. The area that accompanies this event is a jail that the player is imprisoned within. The player is able to escape because the door isn't locked, and well, it's just worse than the jail sequence within the Duke's Archives. In Duke's Archives, the player has to kill a guard to get the key to their cell. In the Hypogean jail, the player is just placed within a jail cell which is already compromised. It's not a big deal, but it is contrived, to say the least. Duke's Archives skirts the line between contrived and acceptable by respawning at a bonfire within the jail cell. I say this because one could argue that the chosen undead having their weapons in jail is just as bad. I wouldn't call that sequence perfect either, FYI. The player then moves through the jail and finds the lamp on the top floor. And with that, the whole experience of getting sent to the jail is diminished in value. The choice to have warping available from the get-go was a fucking mistake. Having a world not interconnected necessitates warping, which then reduces the tension for any area like this. Even Dark Souls understood this once warping was unlocked, because both the Duke's Archives jail cell bonfire and the Painted Worlds bonfire were locked off from the warping system. This area is the best example of how the warping system being fully available from the start of the game can harm experiences that the game attempts to offer. The game gives the player a problem to solve. They've been sent to a prison within an unknown area. The solution should be to find a way to safety within a zone that the player has visited prior that connects to this area. Instead, the solution is immediately given to the player as soon as the lamp is found. It's not even hard to find either. It takes seconds to arrive at the lamp upon respawning at the Hypogean jail. The most annoying part of this is that the groundwork was set for this area to do exactly what it should have done. There is a door in this area guarded by Dark Beast Parl, which connects to Old Yharnam. It's the only large connection outside of the ladder from the Forbidden Woods to Central Yharnam. This should have been one of the best experiences that the game had to provide outside of combat, but it's a shell of an idea that was probably fully fleshed out back when the world was going to be more focused on interconnectivity. A player would have to traverse the area, collect resources, kill the enemies, and face Dark Beast Parl in order to escape into Old Yharnam. This idea increases in value when you realize there's a chance that a player had skipped Old Yharnam with the key purchased after killing Cleric Beast. This was so close to being one of the best sections of the entire game, but the addition of warping from the get-go has made this experience near meaningless. The area itself is pretty good. It is not the usual linear affair that Bloodborne champions. A player may go to the boss immediately, or they can explore the outside area to find upgrade materials and a unique weapon. As an optional area, it's doing a good job to make use of its space. Part of the reason for this is because it's a reused critical path area. The need to lock off certain parts of the zone, which are used later down the line, allows it to be unique in how it's designed. Again, I wish it lived up to its immense potential. A discussion on this zone naturally caps off with a fight against Dark Beast Parl. Dark Beast Parl can sometimes be a big jump in difficulty depending on when a player gets transported to the Hypogean jail. It's very difficult to get a grasp of what Parl is like for the average player, because he either gets absolutely stomped with the constant limb damage, or he barely takes any damage and steamrolls the player. We discussed this before with Cainhurst Castle and Logarius, but Parl is a whole nother beast because he appears again very close to the critical path, at which point there's a very high likelihood that a player will wipe the floor with him by simply beating his numbers. He is a large monster boss in Bloodborne, so obviously he's full of spammy attacks and large hitboxes. He is one of the worst of this type of fight because his AoE lightning is another factor that adds to his attacks. What this leads to is generally a race to stagger him over and over so he never gets a chance to attack. He has such high damage for a character within Hypogean Jail before the Blood Moon that it's often not worth fighting him until after Rom. Oh, and the lock-on for him is abhorrent, owing to his visual design too. There's not much else to say, to be honest. Overall, he's not that good, especially with the weird balance. If the Hypogean Jail lived up to its potential, then Parl would either need to be removed or reworked entirely, but as he seems like an afterthought. He's just a roadblock to acquiring the Spark Hunter badge. Once the Blood Moon hits, all of Hypogean Jail and Yahar'Gul change mechanically. The area now begins to the right of the Grand Cathedral, and unlocks the areas that were unavailable previously. Most of the enemies in this area also have an additional property that allows them to respawn if the bell ringer in the area has not been defeated. The area also contains amygdalas that facilitate an environmental hazard. These two additions make it one of the most mechanically interesting areas so far. The reason for this is because the vast majority of areas prior have made no attempt to do something mechanically other than what is necessary at a baseline. The last time we got an area with a unique mechanic like this was Old Yharnam with the Gatling gun. With all that being said, how good is the area? Well, I feel I need to split it into two parts, as this area is quite large. The first part is the lead up to the Hypogean Jail segments, and the second part is the outside area that connects to the elevator shortcut. The first part has the unique mechanics I mentioned, which puts it above a lot of other areas. It is designed to not require many shortcuts, has optional zones to find, and a good amount of enemy variety, making it pretty good. The second half has worse enemies but better design, being a long and wide street with many side areas on the sides of the zone. These side areas ought to be fully explored in order to find the bloodstone chunks needed to upgrade a weapon to +9. The enemies here are mounds of bodies liquefied into a singular enemy. These guys are nothing special at the start, but become insanely stupid once the railgun spitters emerge in the latter half of this section. This projectile is insanely fast and does a tremendous amount of damage. To avoid it, players have to zigzag around in the hopes they do not get hit by one of the shots, or just kill the enemies. Part of what makes it not work is that these ranged attacks have no visual or auditory telegraphing, making them seemingly fire at the player at random. If they had decent telegraphing, these powerful attacks wouldn't be as bad. Overall, this section post-shortcut is pretty neat despite the choice of enemies, which does reduce the quality of the zone itself. Now we move on to the boss that truly seems like a culmination of this zone's aesthetics, the One Reborn. The One Reborn is a huge mound of bodies formed into a single entity, in an attempt to artificially recreate a Great One. Its cutscene is particularly awesome as this gruesome creature is birthed from the moon by the bell ringers scattered around the top floor of the arena. In terms of mechanics, it's a retread of the Tower Knight fight in Demon's Souls. There's one big enemy in the center of the courtyard with ranged attackers on the left and right of the arena. The point of the fight is to ignore the large creature, go up the stairs to deal with all the ranged attackers, and then return to the courtyard to defeat the corpse pile. Like Rom, the One Reborn can also be defeated using rushdown strategies, ignoring the basic enemies and focusing solely on the boss. This obviously comes with the same RNG elements that made Rom hell to fight, but with the One Reborn it's much less extreme. The basic enemies only respawn between attempts, and also do not deal that much damage individually. If a player is willing to sacrifice their blood vials, then they will likely not die from the basic enemies while rushing down the boss, unless a bunch of attacks from both it and the enemies all overlap in a short time frame. The boss itself does pitiful damage for most of the fight and is heavily affected by staggers. It also makes good use of the new body part system. When the One Reborn is downed, instead of being vulnerable to a visceral attack, it lets the player slash at a vulnerable part of the creature, which does considerably more damage than attacking the body or legs. If the goal is to move the Soul series in a more action-focused direction, then mechanics like this are fantastic, as they allow combat to be slightly more versatile than just wailing at a large hitbox. We're still far away from the pure action titles like Devil May Cry, but a mechanic like this is good for incentivizing players to vary their movements and playstyle. Unfortunately, this does come with the criticism that large enemies will often fall over in such a way that their weak spot or visceral attack location will be difficult to get to before the window for such actions is already over. This is noticed in Phase 2 of Ludwig, Vicar Amelia, and the One Reborn especially. It's a very difficult problem to solve. Making the window longer is an easy solution, but brings problems of its own with it. On the whole, in terms of mechanics, the One Reborn is pretty bad. It is a very bare-bones fight that is either a chore or a cakewalk, depending on how the player goes about the encounter. The attacks are not telegraphed well, there are hitboxes everywhere, and the fight lacks any modularity or design that takes advantage of the combat framework. I've been debating myself back and forth on whether this fight is meant to be an experiential boss. If it is, then this doesn't take away from its mechanical issues, but it does inform the design to some degree. I have settled on the answer to this being no. Adding a bunch of basic enemies that a player may choose to deal with before starting the main encounter is not adding much at an experiential front. It's not like Gaping Dragon, which rewards thorough exploration by dealing with the channeler before entering the arena. Any experience that one may have gained from the One Reborn's visuals are so subjective that that cannot be part of this assessment. I will say that I personally like the design, but opinions on that will vary drastically from person to person. On the visual front, I say it's not experiential because it's not doing anything unexpected from Bloodborne. Its visuals are doing what Bloodborne is already really good at. Granted, it is doing them extremely well. The player now has access to the second floor of the lecture building, and by extension, the Nightmare of Mensis. Before we tackle the last area of the game though, we are going to take a detour and talk about the Nightmare Frontier. To enter the Nightmare Frontier before beating the One Reborn, a player must acquire the Tonsil Stone from a denizen of the Forbidden Woods. With the Tonsil Stone, a player is able to visit the first floor of the lecture building, which grants access to the Nightmare Frontier. This zone is also accessible when the second floor of the lecture building is unlocked. A player essentially has the choice between going to the first floor and Nightmare Frontier around the mid-game, or they can wait until after the One Reborn, when they'll have access to both floors of the lecture building and both nightmares. I'll delve into this more when we discuss the lecture building. So, into the Nightmare. The Nightmare Frontier is one of the 3 nightmares that a player can access in Bloodborne. It can actually be seen in the distance from the Nightmare of Mensis and vice versa, which is a super neat detail. The other nightmare is the Hunter's Nightmare, which is the DLC area. Like Cainhurst, the Nightmare Frontier is an optional side area, completely detached from the rest of the game world. This allows the zone many freedoms in its design as it does not have to connect to and from 2 other areas. So how does it fare? It is succeeding with some openness and using its space well by having many side areas and secret items. Unfortunately, this area joins Blighttown in being the area which Miyazaki shoves a poison swamp into. And unlike Blighttown, it's not an open area with many paths stemming from the swamp. It's another point A to point B area with a poison swamp in the middle. This design of areas is starting to appear a lot. Dark Souls used this design principle too. This point A to point B design for an area was used to connect areas like the Depths, and for the latter zones of the game like the Tomb of the Giants and Crystal Caves. Because of the overall world design ethos of Dark Souls, many areas were able to avoid being in this camp. They were allowed to open up, or shrink down to allow for other experiences which matched the tone of the area. Some good examples of this are Darkroot Garden, Undead Parish, New Londo Ruins, and Blighttown. All of these areas still had a boss to defeat, but they weren't beholden to the standard of bonfire at the beginning, boss at the end, with a shortcut in between. Bloodborne uses this more linear design philosophy in spades. Just to be clear though, I'm not saying it's bad, it's fine, it's still well made. Areas are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. What I am saying is that it's worse in Bloodborne than it was in Dark Souls. Remember that this video series is not just for judging each standalone game in the series, but also how the design has shifted and either improved or downgraded. So this links us back to the Nightmare Frontier and my frustration with it. Its detached nature allows it the freedom to be more creative in its design, like Cainhurst Castle, but instead it matches the designs we've seen all over the game. It's not an issue of doing what it does badly, the area functions for all intents and purposes, but it's an issue of not using the format of a detached area to its fullest. It's an issue of wasted potential. So far, the only standouts in Bloodborne are Central Yharnam, which for the record clears any individual area in Dark Souls. It's fantastic, as I mentioned. Cainhurst Castle, Cathedral Ward, and maybe Hypogean Jail, despite its own issues of wasting potential. But that wasn't due to the area's overall design. So yeah, overall the Nightmare Frontier is good at what it is, but it could have been so much more. Now for the boss at the end of the nightmare, Amygdala. This is a boss version of the creatures scattered around the buildings of Central Yharnam and Yahar'Gul. This is yet another big monster fight with nothing attempted on an experiential level. Amygdala uses the same features that Rom uses to increase the challenge, in that Amygdala's legs take very little damage respective to the other limbs and its head. This is obviously to avoid the issues that existed with the Great Grey Wolf Sif, whereby a player underneath the boss's body would be safe against incoming attacks while being able to dish out consistent damage. This is a shortcut though. It comes at the cost of requiring a player to hit Amygdala's head or arms, which is not great with how it animates and with the lock-on points. Allowing the player to focus the camera on its hands would be visual overload, as it flails hitboxes all over the place with its hand attacks, and so the lock-on points are the head and the middle of its body. This means that locking on for this boss is basically not allowed. Is this done in an interesting way that allows the fight to be mechanically interesting? Of course not. The camera is a thorn in the side of the player during the entire fight. There are many instances where attempts to hit Amygdala will miss because of the lack of attack targeting with lock-on. The boss's visual design is awesome on the surface, but terrible as a boss which must be fought on the ground. This boss is on the list of contenders for worst boss when it comes to camera issues, and no attempt is made to bridge the gap. This boss might have been alright with a better camera and lock-on system, but is horrific with the current state. Other than camera-related issues though, this boss is still not amazing. Hitbox spam, off-screen jumping attacks, the usual Bloodborne monster boss fare. Its ranged attack is neat though. It'd be a great mechanic in a better fight. It shoots a line onto the ground which explodes after a second or two. It's a very telegraphed AoE ability that is unfortunately tied to this fucking thing. That's one nightmare completed, on to the next, and it starts at school. This really is a horror game. The lecture hall is a large connecting area that links the main world of Bloodborne with the two nightmares in the base game. The Amygdala to the right of the Grand Cathedral sends the player to the first floor, and touching Micolash's corpse sends the player to the second floor. To explore the entirety of the lecture hall, only the second floor is necessary to find. Even if a player never finds the tonsil stone, they can still enter the Nightmare Frontier. The lecture hall is really good and unique as a connecting area. If a player wants to blow through this area, they can immediately get to the entrance to either nightmare extremely quickly with little to no enemies to deal with. For the entrance to both nightmares, it's a straight shot from the lamp to the exit. For those who care about thorough exploration, there's a decently sized zone to explore with items, lore, and even an NPC in Patches the Spider. Yes, he's back. This area is able to appeal to players whether they're treating their playthrough as a sprint or a marathon. There is a value in curating an area to give the player a specific experience, but Bloodborne lacks a lot of agency in how the world is traversed, so adding a small amount in this singular connecting area is able to strengthen the zone quite a lot. With patches found though, it's time to discuss NPCs. To be clear, in this section I will only be discussing the mechanics of NPCs. All discussion on story elements throughout the game is tackled if necessary in the story section at the end of the chronological breakdown. NPCs are scattered around the world of Bloodborne. NPCs can be spoken to, grant items, and have quest lines to be progressed through. The game expands elements of the NPC systems from previous games. Let's start with one of the best additions to NPCs. The player can ask Alfred about specific topics. I cannot understate how meaningful this is to mechanics surrounding conversation. The player now has the agency to interact with characters in the world in a more meaningful way than just answering yes or no questions. When the player meets Alfred, they can ask about 2 different subjects whereby Alfred gives information based on his experience and perspective. Once it's nighttime, the player can ask him about a 3rd option. This also means that Alfred has much less padded dialogue when a player is attempting to speak to him. Take the Crestfallen Warrior in Dark Souls, for example. The Crestfallen Warrior can be spoken to all throughout the early game of Dark Souls. He often gives the player lore tidbits or tips on how to progress depending on when the player speaks to him and how far along they are with the game. This does also mean that he won't always say exactly what the player needs to hear at any given time. It also means that any line of dialogue will tend to only be played once. If a player wants a refresher on something, well, get fucked. Alfred having more options than yes or no is just a great and simple way to improve the immersion of the world and the characters within it. It is much easier to form a connection with a character when a player has more agency within interactions. It's no Baldur's Gate 3, but it's far better than Dark Souls. I still haven't finished Act 3, I need to get on that. Anyway, the next new mechanic within Bloodborne's NPCs is the ability for the player to send the NPCs to a safe place of one's choosing. The options are between Erden Chapel and Iosefka's Clinic. This allows for interactions between multiple NPCs, and also a surprise if the player is dumb enough to send the NPCs to the clinic. What actually is going on in the clinic is a great surprise when found, but it is obvious that the seemingly innocent clinician is the wrong choice, and the creepy chapel keeper is the right choice. Iosefka just seems too innocent compared to the chapel keeper. The best things about this system are the experiences it enables. The suspicious beggar, Nunadella killing Adriana, and the reveal of the experimentation on NPCs by Iosefka are all unique moments that enhance the experience of NPCs. I'm sure this system took a lot of work, and it paid off tremendously well. The ability for NPCs to have more interactions between each other instead of just the player character in Bloodborne is very welcome, and greatly expands what is possible with NPCs overall going forward. It not only assists characterization, immersion, and experiential moments, but also adds a level of mastery for returning players. An example is adding Adela the Nun to the chapel only once Adriana has been requested for blood 3+ times. That way the player is able to get the full benefits of both Adriana and Adela without sacrificing one of the two. Bloodborne has its moments with knowledge checks, and they make certain aspects of the game far better on closer inspection. Next, let's delve into the more traditional NPC quest lines. Bloodborne has 2 main lines in Alfred and Eileen. The mechanics are exactly the same as in Dark Souls. The player speaks with the NPCs and interacts with certain enemies and items to progress their quest lines. There is still a slight issue in the NPCs not giving any indication on where they're going next, meaning that a player can end up never finding the NPC for the next stage of their questline unless they look it up online. This issue is made worse with the warp mechanic. Yes, the ramifications of having warp available to the player from the get-go has far-reaching consequences. In Dark Souls, NPCs can move around more freely because it is much more likely that a player will find them owing to the need to revisit areas. Bloodborne having warp unlocked right from the off means that most areas are rarely, if ever, revisited by the player. All NPCs are locked to following the player's general progression in Bloodborne, because if they don't, then the questlines would be fucked. My best example is Eileen's entire questline. But to be more specific, let's use her second encounter. The likelihood of a player to go back down to Gascoigne's arena after defeating him is beyond low, because there is no reason to. The only time I've personally retread the area was when I forgot the red brooch. So it is possible, it's just very unlikely because there is no mechanical incentive. Because of this, Eileen has to appear outside Erden Chapel to tell the player about Gascoigne's arena containing an enemy. This is a concession made by the game because the explorative element of the world is no longer working in tandem with the NPC mechanics. The NPCs within these games gain a part of their experience from being entirely diegetic in the sense that the player is not given quest markers or a quest journal. This works much better with an interconnected world which encourages backtracking. I don't think the mechanics for questlines are working well in Bloodborne. More linear design like this means a shift is required somewhere to make the mechanics gel. Ideally, the shift will be to return to the interconnected design. But hey, we can discuss this again in the Dark Souls 3 video. Now for the second nightmare, the Nightmare of Mensis. This area is large. It spans a multi-story fortress and contains 2 bosses. On the path towards the building, a light shines from the bridge on the large structure, and it causes frenzy buildup when in line of sight of the player. The frenzy status effect fills up when hit by frenzy attacks. Upon filling up entirely, the player takes 70% of their health as damage. Resistance to frenzy can be invested into, but doesn't affect damage taken, only the time it takes for it to fully build up. Once again, the start of this area tries to have an experiential mechanic, but is the bare minimum of what can be done with this premise. Say what you will about Tomb of the Giants, at least it unapologetically went full send on its main idea. One could build an entire area's experience around the idea of avoiding the light, especially seeing as this light affects the enemies in the area too. It becomes a void mechanic after about 10 fucking seconds into Mensis. After that, it's a normal area again. A lot of the same sentiments are shared with the areas in Bloodborne. They aren't bad, but they waste so much potential. They look incredible, but mechanically they're almost all identical. Pretty soon into the structure, the player meets the first boss of the zone. So Micolash, huh? Micolash, host of the Nightmare, is a scholar with the same properties of the hunter enemies scattered around Yharnam. He may be one of the worst bosses up to now, including the prior games. Bed of Chaos still takes the cake as far as I'm concerned, but Micolash is, well, he's dog shit to say the least. So let me detail the pain of this fight. Micolash is within an arena with a ton of connected corridors and a main larger room off to the side. Micolash must be chased down as he runs through all the corridors until he decides to run into the main room. Once he's there, he spams a singular attack while having basic enemies to back him up. At half HP, he dies, only to be on the floor above, which is a near mirror of the prior area. The chasing repeats, but this time he can teleport between 2 points, and once he enters the main room again, a gate shuts. The player can then run all the way to the top of that room to drop on him and finish the fight. During this second fight, Micolash gains access to a spell that has the capacity to one-shot the player if one is unlucky enough. What the fuck were they thinking? I know I said that experiential bosses were important to Dark Souls 1, but Jesus Christ, this is not how you go about creating one. Having to chase him down is the first big issue. His running direction is actually a puzzle as he mostly runs away from the player. This can be used to herd him into the room as quickly as possible. This sounds good until you realize there are moments where he will randomly change directions. This can be for the player's benefit or to their detriment. I had such a hard time researching this boss because it's very hard to tell how much of his running is RNG, how much of it is scripted, how much is bugged. It's genuinely hard to tell whether him turning around at any given point is a dice roll intended, bugged, or AI fuckery. Even if there was a perfectly mapped out way to have the Micolash running sequence work consistently, which has been attempted by a great many players, it doesn't change the fact that it's extremely unintuitive. A player going in blind will not know the correct path to avoid running in circles over and over, so it's entirely a game of guesswork. This had the potential to work if it wasn't so finicky and prone to have players chasing him for several minutes upon a first playthrough. The second huge issue is Micolash himself. His moveset is so basic and half-baked that even a good running sequence would not make this fight one of quality. He uses one attack. This attack is able to parry the player too. Fucking yay. He can decide to punch instead of use Augur of Abritus, but I'm not counting a punch which does pitiful damage as a real attack. They essentially made a hunter enemy, slapped some weird scripting on him, gave him a boss health bar, and called it a day. In what world is this appropriate as a boss encounter in the same game where Gehrman, Gascoigne, and Lady fucking Maria exist as great hunter boss fights? And yes, I know that Micolash isn't actually a hunter in-universe, but he is a hunter-type enemy mechanically. The insta-kill is horrible. It won't insta-kill every time, but the fact that it's possible is utter shite. There is barely a world where insta-kill moves are acceptable in general, yet one is given to this boss, with nothing else really going on in his moveset, and like, how is a player supposed to know where and when to dodge with this attack? It can be done, but there's hardly a fair indication of what the player is supposed to do based on the visuals. Look at him, he could be doing literally anything. When Ludwig lifts his sword into the air for a long time, I intuitively know that it'll hurt and I must get behind him or dodge as the sword comes down. Part of the reason is because a Call Beyond is a spell that the player can get themselves, and fucking so? Micolash isn't a player, he's an NPC. The expectation for visual clarity and animations is vastly different between players and enemies, especially in a single player game. The last issue is the most obvious one. The addition of basic enemies. Once again, I'll just refer back to Capra Demon. Having basic enemies in boss fights is generally an extremely lazy way to increase difficulty that comes across as artificial. Need I repeat that multi-enemy boss fights only work in these games when care is taken into enemy design to... never mind, you've heard that one enough, you understand. At this point, it's starting to become iffy because Bloodborne as a game has had very few standout fights thus far. None of the big beast bosses have been excellent, the mechanical bosses have been few and far between, and no bosses have succeeded on an experiential front either. If Bloodborne wants to lean more into action gameplay, then more Artorias-style encounters are not only expected, but welcome. If the combat is where FromSoft wants the player to gain the vast majority of the experience of Bloodborne, then a focus should be on creating robust mechanical boss fights. It feels like Bloodborne is in limbo, stuck between the experiential design of Dark Souls and a more action-heavy game. But hey, I'm getting ahead of myself, I'll save it for the conclusion. Also, just a reminder, I do love this game. The rest of the Nightmare of Mensis is a pretty good area. It's a straight path from Micolash to the shortcut with reused Shadows of Yharnam on the way. There's a specific boss that'll trigger the asset reuse discussion a little bit later, but for now, let's jump right into the side area accessed through the broken elevator. It's a very neat detail to find, as it's a very intuitive secret. Part of the reason why this is made easy to find for those paying attention is because this path leads to the only blood rock in the base game. To acquire this, one must drop the brain of Mensis into a pit, and find the rock where the brain used to hang out. This whole segment is designed pretty well, because of the various challenges that aren't just a lot of regular enemies. The most difficult enemies in this path are the Winter Lanterns. They have a grab attack and apply frenzy when within line of sight of the player. The player's strategy here has many options for how they go about it. One could make heavy use of sedatives, use frenzy resist armor, spend their insight, or a combination of all of these to prevent death via frenzy damage. It's a genuinely good part of Mensis that deserves praise. It also makes getting the Blood Rock an actual ordeal rather than just an easy or meandering quest. I will reiterate, killing the Stray Demon isn't worth a Titanite slab. It's good to see this mistake not carry over between titles. The highest floor of Mergo's Loft is so short there's not much else to say about it. So let's just deal with Mergo's Wet Nurse. Mergo's Wet Nurse is a strange boss. She can often be a boss that barely deals any damage to the player. To delve into personal anecdotes for a second, I've never, after dozens of playthroughs, died once to the Wet Nurse. How bosses work in these games is that they have attack opportunities in which a dice will roll under the hood, which then chooses which attack is used. There is much more to it, like a reduced likelihood to repeat a single move twice in a row, and things like that. But essentially, that's it. The problem with Wet Nurse is that she tends to repeat the same attacks, which don't allow much movement for the boss or coverage of the arena, so she's prone to getting wrecked if the player simply sticks to her back. I streamed all of Bloodborne to celebrate 1,000 subs, and Wet Nurse repeated the same attack 5 times in a row. Something must be wrong with Wet Nurse in the code, because she's the only victim of this issue. Tracking hasn't really needed to be brought up yet, but she also has issues in this regard. Tracking refers to how long an enemy will follow the player during an attack's telegraph until the strike location is locked in and the attack goes off. Tracking on the vast majority of enemies and attacks have been pretty good thus far, but Mergo's Wet Nurse has barely any tracking, which hurts the fight drastically. A player simply moving will cause attacks from the boss to whiff, as Wet Nurse cannot turn around much during many of her attacks. A reason for not including strong tracking is because it can look very janky as an enemy spins like they're on a record player in order to keep the player in the line of fire. When there's not enough tracking, then you get the issues that you have with Wet Nurse in Phase 1. Phase 2 begins when Mergo's Wet Nurse clouds the arena in fog, and clones of her begin to attack the player. Well, sometimes. Wet Nurse can, although rarely, have a chance not to use this mode. It seems tied to the player's ability to stagger the Wet Nurse during the activation of the fog, but either way it's unfortunate. This fog mode does a good job of just placing a lot of hitboxes all over the screen, but isn't substantive enough to improve the fight on a mechanical level. The Wet Nurse is still just the Phase 1 Wet Nurse during the fog attack. All in all, this boss is a bit of a letdown for the presentation of defeating her. The player gets the text "Nightmare Slain" instead of the usual "Prey Slaughtered." The reason for this is because killing Mergo's Wet Nurse is the player's method of killing and/or freeing Mergo, who is an infant Great One, and Wet Nurse is an unfortunate letdown for what is, potentially, the final boss along the critical path, depending on the ending that the player chooses. Now at the end, the player returns to the Hunter's Dream, but it is now on fire. This is an interesting development. However, we'll return to this later. For now, let's delve into the final optional zone within the base game, Upper Cathedral Ward. Upper Cathedral Ward is found at the top of the church workshop. The vast majority of players will have seen this inaccessible door when exploring after the death of Blood-Starved Beast. This was an aspect of world traversal that had the potential to be lost with Bloodborne's approach to world design, and I'm glad that it's here. The best cross-reference for this experience is the basement key found in Undead Parish that allows the player to reach Lower Undead Burg. The door to this area is found in the prior area to where the key is, allowing the progression to take full advantage of the non-linear world design. With Bloodborne's more linear world design, they wouldn't be able to get away with something like this along the critical path. Only this one instance for an optional zone works. Part of what makes this good is that it rewards a player who explores thoroughly and pays attention. This area is mainly a large orphanage building. There are little eldritch fetuses near the start of the area. They're technically enemies, but don't pose much of a threat. This area is definitely starting to give a certain vibe. Inside the building, it is quite dark, as werewolves break the chandelier in the main hall, and it's one of the few areas in the entire game with ambient music. This music is quite eerie. Needless to say, the vibe that the area is going for is pretty clear. This area is trying to give off an unsettling feel that evokes similar tones to the horror genre more so than any other area in the game. The experience is not mechanical, but I do appreciate that the game attempts to lean into this style for Bloodborne, seeing as it does, to some degree, try to use the aesthetics of horror to generate experiences. The actual design of the area reminds me of Cainhurst in some way. Cainhurst used the idea of a castle to influence its mechanical layout, and the orphanage uses the idea of this large building to do the same. The path forward is carved through by exploring the outer rooms of the main hall, until the enemy which drops the key to the exit is found. The main enemies in this zone are brain suckers. One is also mandatory to defeat in order to progress. Brain suckers are unique as an enemy type as they have a grab attack which lowers the player's current insight. They're pretty good enemies for the most part, despite being one which a lot of the player base finds annoying to deal with. The reason given by most players will be because of their ability to steal currency permanently, but I would say that's a symptom of another problem. Brain suckers use the same spell that Witches of Hemwick use that causes a player to be stunned. Once this is landed, then just like the Witches of Hemwick, the enemy's grab attack will be prioritized. This spell is not a problem when it comes to its stun effect, but has an issue of being inconsistent with how it animates. Sometimes the animation will first have the creature touch the ground before firing the projectile, and sometimes the projectile will just be fired outright without the preceding animation. If this were consistent with the former animation always playing, then this enemy would be far less tedious to many players, as it removes a layer of unpredictability. These guys can already end up being damage sponges despite their small size, so keeping them consistent, especially with their special ability to steal insight, would improve them drastically. Overall though, I think they're mostly fine. Keeping Eldritch-type enemies as jumps in difficulty over beasts is good for maintaining a level of intuitive design, because players already will have associated Eldritch and Beast-type enemies as stronger and weaker respectively. After the shortcut is unlocked, this area caps off with the fight against the Celestial Emissary. There's a lot of lore pertaining to these guys, but we aren't delving into lore and story right now. So how is the boss mechanically and experientially? Well, again, neither is particularly strong in this fight. The boss is a bunch of the blue guys, with one being the target boss and the rest being identical basic enemies. The second phase begins after the main one has taken sufficient damage, and then it grows to be very large in size, but is still visually identical to the rest. Phase 3 occurs when the boss has low HP. It gains the tentacles out of its head that the ranged blue guys get, and, in turn, also gains ranged attacks, though not many players will experience these attacks in normal gameplay, because this boss's health pool is absurdly low. A comparable boss is the One Reborn, as the player gains access to Upper Cathedral Ward at the same time as the Blood Moon first rises. The One Reborn has 10,375 HP. The Celestial Emissary has 2,764 HP. Most players will have a maxed out weapon and an accompanying damage stat at the soft cap by this point. Add Bolt Paper into the mix and this boss will go down almost as fast as the brain suckers in the prior zone. We can only speculate as to why this boss was given such a pitiful life pool, but I hazard to guess that it's due to FromSoft stuffing the fight full of basic enemies. You guys know the drill with adding basic enemies to bosses at this point. I'm actually annoyed that this is a boss at all. We've already seen these guys, many times in fact. We defeated them before with ease, and now they're a boss, but you decided to increase the scale on one of them and call it a day? This is extremely lazy, and diminishes the presentation of the boss health bar. At least when a boss was reused in Dark Souls, it wasn't a basic enemy with some increase to their size. I'm not even defending Asylum Demon's reuse, but somehow this is even worse. The fact is that a boss was required in this area to make Ebrietas more secretive than she already is, as a dead end in an area like this would be an easy giveaway that there's a secret to be found. Either that, or this was a boss planned from the start, and the early game was lacking in enemy variety, and these guys were added to those earlier areas in post. The only reason why Capra Demon and Taurus Demon worked both as boss encounters and basic enemies is because they were used as bosses first, which allowed the basic enemies to slot into the power progression. I get that this boss is different to some degree because of the increased scale of the model, but it's cope to say that this simple change fixes anything. FromSoft didn't even so much as give this boss any attacks different from the basic enemy counterparts. I don't even have anything to say about this boss mechanically, because the fight is more vapid than the townsfolk in central Yharnam. It's yet another instance of the action game focus of Bloodborne being to its detriment, because this sort of boss, whether its model was reused or not, just doesn't work well within a framework that attempts to draw out the more action-heavy elements of the Souls games. There's a reason why Dark Souls didn't lean on its action gameplay to generate experiences, and Bloodborne doing so means there's less justification for a boss like this. We won't be staying here in the Lumenflower Gardens much longer because Ebrietas is right around the corner. Once the Celestial Emissary has been defeated, the lamp spawns and the window right next to it can be broken to progress further. This secret is ruined by online player messages, but without them, it's fantastic. It's another look into what these games are best at when focused on, mechanical experiences for the player that do not necessarily come from combat. Breaking the window is great because it uses player habits in a way that allows this secret to be found very naturally. Players will tend to come back to the Lumenflower Gardens after beating the Celestial Emissaries to check if the arena is a dead end or not. When this happens, they will tend to look at the large window and see the item in the room. When something like this happens, some players will just hit R1 as they ask themselves, why can't I just break this? There are many times where a game will try to design a level, but the visuals don't give enough of a reason as to why the player character can't get through a particular obstacle. For example, I see this chest in God of War. Why can I not just jump the railing? It's a moment of dissonance that a player can experience, and many games are victims of this flaw. It's never a game-breaking flaw, but it's good if a game manages to avoid it. The window also works because it becomes the player's last resort. Exploration of this zone shows there's no path forward, which will often lead players to return to the conspicuous window and break it open. Just look around at blind Bloodborne Let's Plays on YouTube that don't play the game online, and you'll see that the vast majority of them will find this secret. The last thing about it that makes it work is the most simple one. It's very conspicuous. There's an item visible from the window and it shows an area that seems inaccessible, so hitting the window becomes something which most players who look through it will at least try. The goal for this sort of thing is to have as many players find it as possible without making it super overt, and this was achieved remarkably well. But now it's straight onto Ebrietas. She is the left behind Great One that is contained by the Healing Church. The first time that Ebrietas is approached, the boss is non-hostile and must be hit to begin the encounter. I want to quickly talk about this and why it works, because I omitted this criticism from Rom. Rom has this as well, but the reason why it works for Ebrietas and not Rom is because the former is optional. The player can just walk away from Ebrietas if they want to. They do not have to fight her. Rom is not optional, so what's the point of being non-hostile? All it does for Rom is make the first run slightly easier, and all subsequent attempts slightly harder. One cannot decide to not kill Rom. Maybe it's for lore reasons, but lore should not hinder gameplay like this. It's a tiny nitpick, sure, but if it is for lore reasons, then at least go all the way and make her non-hostile between attempts as well. Ebrietas though, how is the actual fight? Unfortunately, she is a camera-eating monstrosity. She is a large boss with her lock-on point high enough from the player character to cause camera issues when fighting her up close. There was no attempt made to bridge the gap and make her manageable with the current camera. How, pray tell, is FromSoft aware enough that Ludwig needed camera adjustments to make Phase 2 bearable, but decided not to patch in a fix for Ebrietas? The game came out in 2015, which means we're well into the era of post-launch patching, and the game had downloadable content come out later that year. Zooming the camera out is one of the simplest fixes for making a boss like this immediately better without any actual work to make the boss play any differently. Don't get me wrong, even with a good camera, Ebrietas is still a shit boss and we'll get into that, but Bloodborne is the fourth game in the series at this point. The camera has been the same across all of them. How are we still, 4 games into a series that attempts to iterate constantly, having drastic issues with a system as core to the game as the camera? I know that camera is never perfect in any 3D game for the most part, but FromSoft has now proven that they are aware of the issues and have decided not to implement the simple improvements they're aware they have access to fix specific instances of the camera getting fucked. It's only gotten worse between games. And you know, those instances also just so happen to be the parts of their games that most players report to play the games for. You know, the fucking bosses? It's so hilarious to me that patch 1.07 added the ability to summon NPCs, and didn't include any camera fixes. It's okay everyone, to help with these terrible boss encounters, for the low cost of 1 insight, you can now make the encounter even worse through summoning an NPC. Summoning is back in full force. When the game came out, there were no NPC summons, but the most recent patch of the game re-added this feature. What can be said for summoning in Dark Souls is just as applicable here. Enemies in Bloodborne were designed to fight a singular combatant, and so adding another target for them to focus on makes them all mechanically worse. Enemies and bosses simply cannot account for multiple adversaries. This was more okay when the game first released and summoning was an online feature specifically for engaging in multiplayer. but the addition of NPC summons has made it just as much of an issue as it is in prior games. I want to make this abundantly clear. The issue with summons is not them making fights mechanically easier. In some instances, it is often argued that it can make bosses harder. The issue is that the mechanical quality of the fights are greatly diminished when the player engages with this mechanic. Bosses can bounce from aggro to aggro without attacking. Another unit to help a player in a fight adds many more free windows to heal, use items, and attack at a level which trivializes many encounters. Depending on the summon, players can end up beating encounters without damaging the boss at all, as a high-level or high-skilled summon can sometimes complete the challenge on their own. Also, just to be clear, I'm not criticizing players who use it. I'm criticizing the game for the quality of the implementation. If they are intent on keeping multiplayer functionality as a part of their games, then more work should be done to make fights less trivial when used, especially if they incorporate offline equivalents to these. If you did use it and beat the game with it, never let anyone take that experience away from you. I hate the elitism that occurs in the Soulsborne community. Unfortunately, I have to make disclaimers like this because the loud minority of elitist Souls veterans cause criticisms of this mechanic to immediately be blamed on elitism from the critic. I do implore that everyone attempts to play without summoning, however. It'll be very worth your while if you have yet to do so. If you don't want single-player gameplay as part of your experience, then that's absolutely fine too. It's impossible to play games wrong, after all. Isn't that right, H-Bomber Guy?
There are right and wrong ways to approach a game. Some people will just play it wrong. There is a right way to play the Souls games. Patrick played the game wrong. At the very least, there's a right way to play a Souls game.
Fortunately, this game maintains the standard of summoning being seen as an exterior mechanic, which isn't tied to the player's toolkit. It's a method of engaging in multiplayer which allows the online elements of the game to be diegetic instead of housed within menus. NPC summons exist to allow the game to maintain a part of the online experience without a PS Plus subscription or internet access. Where was I? Right, Ebrietas. She flails hitboxes all over the player's screen with barely a modicum of telegraphing, made all the worse by the camera faults. Some of her hitboxes are also collision boxes, meaning that a player can get shoved into attacks they would otherwise avoid. She struggles when a player simply sits behind her, forcing FromSoft to add an awkward-looking flight mechanic that allows the boss to reposition to be facing the player again. Funnily enough, because of her model, her collision box can sometimes mean that a player will be scooped up and taken along for the ride when she tries to fly away and reposition. She also has a ranged attack that acts independently from her, which is near impossible to spot depending on where the player is positioned. That attack also does a ton of damage. It also bears mentioning that the boss inflicts frenzy with a spit attack, which can sometimes hit the player through her body. And, in Phase 2, she also has a charge move with little to no telegraphing that has the capacity to sometimes insta-kill the player due to the counter damage on dodge. When I say that Ebrietas may be the worst boss in the entire game, I do so with as little irony as possible. She is terrible. Celestial Emissary may leave a sour taste in one's mouth, and Micolash may cause someone to pull their hair out, but Ebrietas is genuinely horrible from top to bottom. She was given so many mechanics that it feels like the devs just threw everything onto her to make her challenging. At least Bed of Chaos could still get the excuse that it was unfinished. Okay, wait, no, that's unfair. Bed of Chaos still takes the cake thus far for worst thing in any Souls game. I often see people comparing the worst parts of any Souls game after DS1 to Bed of Chaos, and it's hardly ever that bad. If you ever find yourself doing this, go replay Dark Souls and fight that godforsaken boss, and then come back to me if you still feel the same. When Ebrietas dies, she drops a chalice. This is the last chalice that a player can find in the world of Yharnam, without entering any Chalice Dungeons prior. So, it's finally time to discuss Bloodborne's system of infinite level generation. Chalice Dungeons are randomly generated levels which can be entered via the Hunter's Dream. These dungeons use a tile set which is able to generate a vast quantity of levels to be explored. The game has a starter set of Chalice Dungeons that were handcrafted using the same tile set as the rest, and is used as a sort of gateway into the system. These also exist to give the system a semblance of meaning for any player not online, which is more common than you'd realize with Bloodborne because PS Plus is required to gain online features such as community Chalice Dungeons, player messages, and player summoning. The fact that these zones use a set of modular tiles instead of fully handcrafted levels like the rest of Yharnam obviously limits their depth, but the Chalice Dungeons try to make up for this with the inclusion of enemies and bosses not found in the rest of the game. Through playing the Chalice Dungeons, it becomes apparent why. The enemies which appear only in Chalice Dungeons are often far less fitting with Bloodborne's aesthetic, or are not as well put together as the enemies in Yharnam. For the purposes of this video, I won't be going through the fixed dungeons or the bosses within them in the same way I've been going through Yharnam chronologically. My reasoning is multifaceted. The first reason for this is because of the modular tile-based design. There is hardly anything I can say about each individual dungeon's level design because they are all functionally the same and are attempting to provide the same experience for the player. The other main reason is because these dungeons are not truly a part of the main experience of Bloodborne. The system as a whole deserves to be talked about, and each individual dungeon does exist to be played at anyone's discretion, but this mechanic is entirely exterior to the main game. What I mean by this is that they're like a separate game mode, which is unlocked periodically throughout the main game, instead of a meaningful addition to the main game. They may be presented differently than a mode select menu, but part of this is to keep the game as immersive as possible and to make this alternative mode of play diegetic to the setting, similarly to how these games approach difficulty and multiplayer. As a way to experience Bloodborne in a new way or get more content out of the game, they work really well. Whether you're going through the random or fixed dungeons, they are more of Bloodborne to some degree and achieve that goal well. The issues with them relate to a lot of Bloodborne's main game not really being balanced for a player who explores them thoroughly throughout a playthrough. It is unfortunate that a player can end up becoming too strong unintentionally by simply engaging with the system, but that downside doesn't diminish their value because it's good that they exist for those that do need them. They are an instance of player-dictated difficulty, as a player will get better runes, more upgrade materials, and blood echoes simply by doing more Chalice Dungeons. Rather than farming one zone over and over, a player can instead visit Chalice Dungeons. For this reason, I also don't find any issue with having the best in slot runes solely within Chalice Dungeons. The ones found throughout Yharnam can already be pretty strong, so the Chalice Dungeons simply add those extra options for the players who need a boost. One bigger issue with this is that a PS Plus subscription is required to visit any Chalice Dungeon that isn't fixed. This essentially means that it's pay to win. It won't be for those who already own a PS Plus subscription, but for anyone who doesn't, it's a big downside. The biggest issue of all with the Chalice Dungeon system comes in with save edit dungeons. These are a little bit too much of an exploit. I'm fine with guides and community help existing, but having a Chalice Dungeon which was edited to drop 80,000 echoes for simply entering is a little bit absurd. All in all, if a player simply sticks to the fixed dungeons, they are a good way to provide more content in a non-mandatory side activity. They'd improve if it was more clear that the main game wasn't balanced with them in mind, but having them to aid players who need more stats and items is a good addition to the game. Issues lie within save edit dungeons, but at least a player has to go out of their way to use them. They aren't an emergent part of the system that can be stumbled upon randomly. We have now gone through the base game in its entirety before the final boss, which is housed right here in the Hunter's Dream. Before Gehrman or Moon Presence, it's time for the DLC. It opens up once Vicar Amelia has been defeated. Owing to the entry requirement being Vicar Amelia, the first stage of the DLC is balanced in some regards for a mid-game character, but other elements are balanced for a late-game character for some reason. It's strange, as the enemies seem balanced for late game, but the item drops and blood echoes are mid-tier. Even so far as giving the player twin bloodstone shards instead of chunks. To prove this, let's explore enemy HP pools. The primary enemies in this area are old hunters. They have a life total of around 1500 HP. This level of HP on basic enemies only begins to become common within Upper Cathedral Ward, with the werewolves within that area. Even the brainsuckers in that endgame zone have around 750 HP. The balance seems extremely strange for an area that can be visited immediately after Vicar Amelia. Other than that strange enemy balance, the area is actually pretty amazing. It's a good moment of subversion as a player returns to a familiar part of Yharnam, only for it to slowly transition into something much more, well, nightmarish. The more realistic streets of Yharnam become a river of blood, and mounds of corpses line the riverbed. This similarity shifting to nightmarish horrorscape is why one cannot argue that the reuse of Cathedral Ward is in any way lazy. If anything, this area would not work as well as it does visually if not for the similarity to Cathedral Ward. How is the area mechanically though? Well, DLC areas get a pass with the whole linearity thing. It was a bit of a problem with the base game, but that was because of the wasted potential. A DLC is, by its very nature, disconnected from the rest of the game world, and thus is wholly expected to be a linear path from one end of the DLC to another. It would be more notable if a DLC shakes this notion rather than if it conforms to it. Not to say that DLCs couldn't strive for a greater experience. Central Yharnam as an area is the greatest singular level that we've discussed over the past 2 videos, and that was without being within a world interconnected. Long story short, DLC areas get a pass from the usual critique of the overuse of linear level design. The whole area from entrance to Ludwig is fantastic with how it uses its space. There are so many diverging pathways and meaningful rewards to discover, from unique enemies to brand new weapons. Let's get right to it then, onto the first boss of the DLC, Ludwig. He is the only boss in Bloodborne with a cutscene which separates Phase 1 and Phase 2. Part of the reason for this is the drastic difference between the 2 phases. Bosses in Bloodborne thus far have had multiple phases on almost every single encounter, but those were changes that would happen either under the hood or shown through visuals in real time. The most obvious example of this is Micolash between when he first dies in Phase 1 and gains the spell A Call Beyond in Phase 2. Dark Souls also used cutscenes to separate phases, but the only example of which is Ornstein and Smo. There is a slight issue with these cutscene phase shifts, but we'll get onto that once we reach Elden Ring. I can't discuss it yet because I don't have enough references to take advantage of. For Ludwig, we're gonna need to separate the discussion entirely into 2 separate ones, because mechanically, the phases share no similarities. Phase 1 is unfortunate as it's a bog-standard Bloodborne beast boss. What I mean by that is hitbox spam as the creature wails about like it's having a seizure. Ludwig's Phase 1 is slightly better than others when it comes to this, but he is still a proponent of this design practice. As I said, Bloodborne can get away with it more so than other games in the series because of the rally system, but that's hardly a reason to indulge in adding bosses with spammy attacks. There is nothing mechanically interesting or well designed about stuffing an enemy with attacks that wail about. It's unfortunate for Ludwig Phase 1, because there was an attempt to create a beast boss that has more telegraphed attacks than prior bosses of this type. A clearly telegraphed hind kick, slashes that are clearly telegraphed to go in a specific direction, he has them and they're good. He just also has hitbox spam and near instant attacks that are in such stark contrast with the rest of his kit that it's quite noticeable. Ludwig's first phase was almost there in terms of design. It could be amazing with a few tweaks. I would be remiss to move on from Ludwig without mentioning his ceiling attack though. Oh god, what were they thinking with this one? Look, I get it. You guys created Nito with an attack which was purely telegraphed through audio. What I don't remember was being one-shot by Nito with this attack, or his arena having different elevations that make rolling to avoid the attack very finicky. This sort of thing in Bloodborne is far less excusable because of the lock-on system. Obviously, the ceiling attack locks off the player from Ludwig, so a player is forced to use their worst dodge to avoid the attack. They did this in the game which added counter damage to mistimed dodge rolls. They did this knowing that a player would be forced to dodge it with the dodge in their kit with the most instability frames. Sure man, whatever you say. All is not lost though, because Phase 2 is fucking glorious. Somehow FromSoft managed to make a boss which has a pretty bad first phase, but makes up for it in Phase 2. I also wish it were the last time that this happened. Phase 2 of Ludwig occurs when he reaches 50% or lower health. In fact, this version may as well have more health than Phase 1 for some players, because he also loses the weakness to serrated weapons in Phase 2. What a brilliant way to merge the fight's mechanics with the story beat. This is where cutscenes between phases can shine, to storytell, and give mechanical experiences beyond just, whoa, cool boss. That's what I would say if serrated damage was in any way communicated, because most players won't even tell the difference. It's a neat detail, and I'm glad they included it, but I just wish it weren't a hidden stat. Ludwig's attacks in Phase 2 are all fantastically telegraphed, and are much more subdued on the quantity of attacks. Tracking is also done extremely well. A great example is his sword slam attack. This attack will only allow a slight degree of turning from Ludwig, which means that a player up close will be able to get behind him to take advantage of the opportunity. This adds to another great facet of the fight, which is its encouragement of Bloodborne's design ethos, aggressive play. Ludwig the Holy Blade will demolish a player who plays too defensively. All of his attacks reward forward and sideways movement. The only thing that Ludwig lacks is modularity, but this fight also proves that modular movesets are not required to have good fights. Modularity always makes fights better if done well, but isn't a necessity. Of course, this is all wrapped under an umbrella of a large boss fight that manages to maintain a usable camera because the camera zooms out. This singular addition to the camera makes this fight work in a way that would be impossible if the camera were at its default position. This is going to become a cornerstone of discussions going forward when we discuss the other games. FromSoft just showed us that they are entirely aware of the fact that their camera has issues. Overall, Ludwig is a mixed bag, an unfortunate case of a great fight ruined by its first half. One of the biggest issues that this causes on the player's end is that they are forced to get through Phase 1's shenanigans before they can even begin to learn Phase 2. Luckily, Phase 2 isn't built on rote memorization, so a player can use telegraphs and their own intuition to dodge accordingly. With Ludwig done and dusted, with Ludwig now done and dusted, we can move on to the next area, the Research Hall. The Duke's Archives was my location of choice to discuss magic and Dark Souls, so I think now's a perfect time to do the exact same in Bloodborne. Bloodborne's magic system is actually tied with another system added which relates to consumable items, or rather, their opposite. The game has a set of items which are infinite in use. Reusable items are similar to consumable items, with the obvious differentiator that they are not consumed upon use. Rather, another resource is often consumed when these items are used by the player. Magic in Bloodborne is done through these items and is feasible to do so seeing as there is less going on in the magic system, and primary healing items no longer take up slots in the character's item menu. These reusable items will often consume the player's quicksilver bullets, which does mean that there are limited uses for them mid-combat. Different items have different costs of bullets, which are used to maintain balance between the differing strengths of each of these items. The balance can be a bit weird, for example, Augur of Ebrietas being extremely cheap for how useful and damaging it can be when compared to other arcane scaling items. Generally, these items are good additions to the game overall, and allow more build variety and build choice, especially for a player who doesn't mind having less ammo for parries. The magic system is where these items are most impactful. Magic has far less going on than melee combat in terms of depth. The player will generally find whatever does the most damage, and spam it over and over until they're out of bullets or blood vials. This can be a very grindy playstyle, as both vials and QS bullets are consumable, which means either farming these items over and over, sacrificing level ups to instead spend on these items, or using exploits like the save edit dungeons to get these items without any effort. It is good that magic is still a playstyle which exists in Bloodborne, but definitely is much further reduced in scope over previous games. There are far less spell options, only one spellcaster archetype, and greatly reduced options for backup melee weapons. This style of play is great for subsequent playthroughs, but is not entirely viable for a blind run. Enemies being so aggressive does mean that the playstyle generally isn't as strong as it was before, but let's be real, magic was broken in Dark Souls, so magic being slightly worse than that is just fine. If anything, arcane runs in Bloodborne can end up being harder than normal runs in many instances. Arcane runs in Bloodborne can, to some degree, be seen as occupying a similar design space as bow builds in Dark Souls. The game is not built around it, and despite being relatively fleshed out, is more of a specific challenge run over a meaningful build choice that any player can make on a first playthrough. Seeing as Bloodborne is trying to be more specific with its action-focused experience, this makes a lot of sense from a design standpoint, as the gameplay of using magic is underbaked in comparison to melee. It's not what the game was built for, but manages to support it, which is a good thing overall, and the same is true of Blood Tinge. That last bit there was written about using spells as a primary damage source. If a player builds arcane just to have a high-spec arcane weapon, then it is functionally no different from strength and skill builds. I'm now going to take the time to talk about Lawrence before returning to the research hall. Lawrence, the first Vicar, is the optional boss of the DLC. Lawrence takes the form of a cleric beast on fire, and is fought in an arena identical to Amelia's fight. Mechanically, the fight starts out extremely similar to the original cleric beast. He shares some moves with the original beast, but has a few additions and reworks too. The fight can end up feeling quite similar in Phase 1, but has enough changes to make the encounter different enough to allow him to slot in with the difficulty of the DLC. If we look at raw numbers, Lawrence was made to rival even Orphan of Kos in difficulty, boasting a higher HP pool than that of the Orphan. This can often not seem the case when fighting Lawrence in Phase 1. He's about as mundane a fight as the original Cleric Beast, even with the additions, because he can often roll his more basic attacks over and over, rather than using his new fire-based abilities. So why is this boss then often skipped over upon repeat playthroughs of Bloodborne by many players? I wish the answer was just the tedium of Phase 1, but it's actually due to the god-awful Phase 2. Phase 2 begins as Lawrence loses his legs and begins to crawl around as lava spews from his now broken body. He also has several moves that add lava to the arena. Even with this, he has moves which can come out as fast as any other attack in Bloodborne. Another fun aspect is that many players will end up taking damage from the lava simply trying to get close enough to hit him. Let us compare and contrast this boss with his closest counterpart, Quelaag. Quelaag is a spider with a woman's torso who attacks the player with lava attacks from the spider and melee attacks with a sword wielded by the woman. It is a fight which uses lava pools in the arena similarly to Lawrence, but doesn't have the same issues. What makes the lava work in Quelaag's fight? 1. Quelaag is big enough that a player can easily find a spot to damage her without risking being hit by the lava. The lava is very telegraphed in where it ends up on the floor, and is usually placed a good distance from Quelaag to not inhibit the player too much while still providing a challenge. And 2, Quelaag herself is designed to be secondary to the lava mechanic. This can be seen by her incredibly telegraphed attacks and limited moveset. The lava is not her main source of damage. It is what dictates the flow of combat, as a player spam rolling will often get clipped by the flames. The point of the fight is to test positioning rather than physical dexterity and timing. If Quelaag had more difficult melee attacks, then the fight would easily become overwhelming. Lawrence, on the other hand, is entirely based on the lava. He is not secondary to the lava. He is the primary axis of the fight in conjunction with his area denial. This is also in the game where dodging is incredibly important, as blocking barely exists and armor is not as impactful. The fight would be better if he was at least a little bigger, so the player has angles to attack from that don't cause the lava to become a blight on the experience. It comes across as a huge misread of what made Quelaag work. It's unfortunate too, because of how important the character is in the overall story and lore of Bloodborne. Lawrence allows us to open another conversation: asset reuse. Dark Souls had some issues with this, and Bloodborne, as I've already alluded to previously, also has issues in this regard. What led to this discussion in Dark Souls was the reuse of the Asylum Demon in multiple locations within Lordran. In Bloodborne, we have seen the same thing now, with the introductory boss being reused later in the game. Asset reuse isn't always a bad thing, and a game can rarely get away with none at all. It is also a difficult topic to make qualitative statements on, because it can often rely on general player perceptions and expectations. What we can say is there is a line with which reuse can cross to go from acceptable to unacceptable. Where that line is can be difficult to pin down exactly, but it's often clear when something comes across as too far into the realm of unacceptable. So where does Bloodborne's various cases of reuse lie? The reuse of Yahar'Gul is perfectly fine. It is actually a great way to incorporate the sort of visual storytelling going on within Yahar'Gul and the One Reborn. This is because of the changes in enemy variety, visuals, and context when reused. We've already discussed the Celestial Emissary, so we know where that stands already. Bosses can rarely get away with reuse in general. The only successful usage of this is when an early game boss becomes a basic enemy later on, under certain conditions, of course. It'd be weird to see multiple of Father Gascoigne, for example. We have already discussed the first area of the Hunter's Nightmare. It does well because of the juxtaposition of the start and end of the area. I wouldn't even count the abandoned old workshop as a reuse because of how it sits within the game world. The Witches of Hemwick can appear as basic enemies in a few instances, and they always seem a little bit out of place. It's not a huge deal because of how late they appear and how few of them there are, but still strange. There's one just sitting outside Ludwig's arena. Like, why? The Shadows of Yharnam basic enemies in the Nightmare of Mensis can feel similar, but only because it's not too clear what exactly the Shadows of Yharnam even are, or why they're there. Demons within the Demon Ruins is pretty self-explanatory. The Shadows of Yharnam fit within Mensis visually, but other than that it's anyone's guess. Part of this is because of the lack of boss souls to give bosses more context. As far as I'm concerned though, Bloodborne is mostly fine when it comes to asset reuse within areas and basic enemies, but definitely could have had a bit more justification for some of these choices. Lawrence being a cleric beast is a shame, and would be fixed even with a couple more tweaks than just on fire. You'd think that FromSoft would learn from the general player response to Demon Fire Sage. Asylum Demon but on fire wasn't exactly enough back then, so of course it doesn't suddenly get a pass now. The Celestial Emissary is the worst case of reuse we've discussed in either of these videos. We are due a bit of praise after that whole Lawrence discussion, because the research hall is fantastic. Yet another instance of how to do linear level design in these games in an interesting way. The area has several floors that a player must explore to find a way to move the stairs. What makes it so great is how disjointed the exploration can end up being. The player understands that they're ultimately trying to get to the top of the area, but must figure out how to get there with a collection of elevators, ladders, and stairs. The basic enemies in the zone are also unique. They're an enemy type we have yet to see until now, and fit the area's tone perfectly. The passive NPC versions of these enemies are also a great touch, as it gives the player more context on what exactly is happening on a surface level, without needing to delve too much into item descriptions and lore videos on YouTube. A great mix of mechanical layout, visual storytelling, and context clues make this area one of the best in the game as a full package. Yes, Central Yharnam is great mechanically, and Yahar'Gul has great visual storytelling, but the research hall is almost like Blight Town in how it manages to achieve multiple things at once and succeed at all of them. The boss at the end of the zone is able to provide the last piece of the puzzle as to what the research hall is. The living failures are failed attempts at creating the Celestial Emissary. We are seeing the research and experiments that led to the creatures we witness in Upper Cathedral Ward. The living failures as a boss uses the Four Kings mechanic. It's multiple entities with a shared health bar that are defeated individually as the main health bar is reduced to 0. They keep respawning until fully defeated and have a second phase full of spectacle. I have argued with myself back and forth on how good this boss actually is. Ultimately, would it be appropriate for the research hall to immediately move into a fight against Lady Maria? I don't think it would. It'd be a bit strange to go from this area's tone into the astral clock tower without anything in between. The Living Failures have the goal of concluding this section of the DLC, but the fight is mechanically unremarkable. It's not bad enough to scold it for bad design, because each Living Failure isn't bad, but also they aren't good. The fight as a whole is also not doing enough things well to warrant praise. It's simply meant as a buffer between a great area and a better boss fight. They have enough going on to make the fight worth the inclusion, and those things come down to concluding the prior area, and not much else. Immediately after the Living Failures is one of the best fights in the entire game, Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower. The best fight in the game is saved for the final fight of the DLC, but Maria is bloody great as well. She is a hunter boss like Gascoigne. Before I begin, let's get one criticism out of the way. Many players have stated that Maria does not have enough health, that she goes down too easily. This is often cited by returning players doing repeat playthroughs, to the extent that some players will forsake parrying or healing during the fight. Looking at her HP total though, it closely matches that of Gehrman, the final boss of Bloodborne. He does not get this same comment from players, so where does this remark come from? Part of it is how easily she can be parried in Phase 1. By this point, many players could have a very devastating visceral attack from leveling their skill stat to the soft cap or beyond. Another is just how much damage a player can deal during her phase transitions. She has 2 transitions whereby a player can usually sink their entire stamina bar into her and still have time to recover stamina to dodge away from the AoE. Once all of this is taken into account, her effective HP is extremely low in comparison to other bosses of her quality in the late game. The last reason is that she's so well designed that good players who know her moves are just good enough to not find her as much of a threat as their first encounter with her. She is a boss which heavily rewards good play because of how well telegraphed and fair the fight is, so let's delve into that now. She has all the checkmarks of a great mechanical boss. Her hitboxes are tight, she punishes backpedaling, a grave mistake in Bloodborne. She has tracking at a level which is well tuned for each attack. Her attack timings match the damage she deals near perfectly, meaning that a quick attack is weak and a more telegraphed attack will deal a good chunk of damage. Her moveset is slightly less modular than what would be expected at first, but then increases over time, which allows a player to learn her attacks in Phase 1 and then master them in subsequent phases. She's overall brilliant. The only actual mechanical issue that she has is that in Phase 3, the fire she creates will still proc even if a player manages to interrupt the attack with a parry or stagger. But overall she is the gold standard of bosses that Bloodborne should have had all over the shop. She is the only boss fight we've discussed in these videos that comes close to Artorias so far. But I still think he takes the cake right now owing to presentation and his unique mechanics. His only flaw was his run back, which is hardly a flaw in the first place. Who knows though, this DLC still has one more boss that could take his crown. Maria's death allows us to enter the fishing hamlet. As a quick side note, I do want to mention that I really appreciate that the clock tower's animation for unlocking the hamlet is done in real time and not in a cutscene. Bloodborne has leaned on cutscenes quite a lot, but there's something to be said for allowing a player to see the cool visuals themselves rather than presented to them outside of gameplay. A lot of games, especially nowadays, stuff cool vistas in the player's face with a cutscene rather than allowing a player to diegetically see an interesting spectacle themselves. Anne Orlando's introduction, for example, is one which would have been improved if the cutscene was cut and a player was able to soak it in themselves. Interactive mediums benefit when the experience is interactive. Either way, onto the hamlet. The fishing hamlet is a large area split into two distinct sections. There's the main hamlet area and then the cavernous area, which leads to Orphan of Kos. The area is quite short, but makes up for it with optional areas to explore. A common strategy for players is running past all of the basic enemies to rush bosses, and Fishing Hamlet allows players to do this extremely quickly. The difference in time between a player pacing themselves and boss rushing in this area is quite immense. If there's anything that this area excels at, it is its very distinct look from the rest of the game. I genuinely don't have much to say on the area outside of the story-focused elements, because it's not doing all that much mechanically. It's mainly designed as a lead-up to Orphan of Kos. So about that, this will probably be the moment you realize that I stick the best boss in the game in the thumbnail of these Soulsborne critiques, because, oh my god, Orphan is so good. Like most bosses in this DLC, Orphan of Kos begins with a cutscene. Orphan has excellent mechanical design in almost every way. To start, his moves are well telegraphed, the hitboxes are very tight, and his moveset is quite modular. His ability to link up different attacks is what can make him a difficult encounter without making him bullshit. One thing that Orphan shares with Artorias is that certain moves require a player to dodge in a specific direction to be avoided. It's a great yet simple way to increase the challenge fairly in this combat framework, so long as the direction with which to dodge is intuitive. The best example for this, for Orphan, is his jump backwards. This move has Orphan jump back and throw the placenta at the player. He will then reel in the placenta back to his idle pose. If a player dodges to the right or diagonally to the right, one may get hit on the reel back portion of the attack. Dodging to the left is required to fully avoid this move, and moments like this make the fight one which rewards mastery. Orphan doesn't have as many unique mechanics going for him as Artorias, but what makes him so good is how excellent the basics of boss design are done. His only flaws are camera related, which sucks for sure, but isn't anywhere near as bad as the larger beast bosses, and his area of effect attack in phase 1 isn't clear that the inside of the circle is also a part of the hitbox, which is extremely minor. By phase 2, Orphan is a powerhouse of attacks. He has similar speeds to some of the more spammy bosses in Bloodborne, but is animated to telegraph much better than any of them, making him both challenging and fair. In phase 2, you'll be chugging blood vials as Orphan flies around the extremely large battlefield. His arena being so large also aids the fight's quality. It makes his AoE lightning attack possible, and gives the player a lot of agency with how they move around. It is also good for reducing camera fuckery, which is always a win. One huge addition which adds to the fight's skill ceiling is the ability to backstab Orphan. This is possible when taking advantage of certain moves that leave Orphan in a state where his back is facing the player. So speaking of, let's discuss backstabbing and circle strafing. Backstabbing in Bloodborne occurs when a fully charged heavy attack is used on an enemy from behind. This move, when done correctly, leaves the enemy in a vulnerable state to be hit with a visceral attack. This system is great for rewarding players who take their time, as enemies can sometimes be placed in levels which allows the player to take advantage of the system. It is also good for allowing players another method of following up enemy attacks that whiff other than just spamming R1. When enemies leave themselves open and facing away from the player, a backstab is a choice which can be made to deal critical damage, at the risk of the enemy turning around before the charge up is complete. The best thing about this system is that it fixes one of the flaws within Dark Souls, circle strafing. Circle strafing is a strategy in Dark Souls which allows the player to circle an enemy constantly until behind them in order to get a free backstab with little to no risk for the substantial reward. What made the strategy so prevalent in Dark Souls was the ability to backstab instantly by pressing R1 behind an enemy. This cannot be done in Bloodborne. Bloodborne's charge-up mechanic to initiate backstabs make this cheesy strategy inert, and means that players are not able to trivialize encounters with the system. Critical damage should be earned, not doled out through cheese. The only issue with backstabs, still in Bloodborne, is the ability to chain backstabs for some enemies, but to be fair, only very large and slow enemies can be chained, like the pigs. And those usually die after one visceral attack anyway, so it's not as big of a deal in this game as Dark Souls. Overall, it's a fantastic design change from Dark Souls to Bloodborne. The simple requirement of a charge up fixes this mechanic while also adding further purpose to the heavy attack in a game so focused on light attacks. This mechanic being a viable moment in the fight with Orphan to take advantage of is a fantastic addition to the encounter, which rewards those who are paying attention to their openings and playing intelligently. All in all, Orphan is fantastic. I would still place Artorias above him for the presentation and unique mechanics, but I could easily see arguments for him matching or even surpassing Artorias mechanically. That's the end of the DLC. So with a swift return to the Hunter's Dream, we can take on the final bosses of Bloodborne. Let us start with Gehrman. He has a dialogue option before his fight, but we'll talk about the endings in the story section. Feels bad to be killing this lonely old man. Part of what elevates Gehrman's presentation in terms of loneliness is the solo violin in his music, and that's what I call a segue. In my Dark Souls video, I compared the soundtrack of Dark Souls to that of other action games. I do find it hard to discuss soundtracks without mentioning Bury the Light at least once. For this video, I shall be comparing Bloodborne's soundtrack to that of Dark Souls 1. I can't go too in-depth with composition and melody, as I'm more of a rhythm and percussion enjoyer, but I can give some general observations. The biggest compliment I can give to Dark Souls in regards to music is that it knew when to be quiet and when to be loud, in such a way that it could be more powerful than if it were just bombast for every track. The primary examples I gave were comparisons between Sif's theme and Ornstein and Smo's theme. Bloodborne keeps the Soulsborne tradition of having no ambient music outside of specific areas and boss music. The soundscape of the game is left diegetic when outside of boss fights and a few key zones. This accomplishes many things, but the main one is increasing the gravitas of boss fights as music adds additional layers to their presentation and experience. Bloodborne has a few different aims than Dark Souls with its soundtrack. It can take many more creative liberties because of the vastly different style and tone of the game from its prior entries. With that, let's mention that Bloodborne is stuffed to the brim with bombast. The soundtrack is very often explosive rather than subdued. The reason for this is because Bloodborne's tone leans into the disturbing rather than the melancholic on a vast number of occasions. It's trying to evoke the feeling that the bosses are true horrors that need to be killed at all costs. That's part of why Gehrman's theme is so subdued before Phase 2. He is not an eldritch creature or beast. The best thing I can say about Bloodborne's soundtrack is that it makes sense how iconic it's become, because of the sheer quality of each track in a vacuum. I would be remiss not to mention Ludwig's theme during the soundtrack section. I think that part of the reason this music has become so iconic is because of the clear melodies within the track. Despite being an orchestral sweep of many instruments, it's not a brass orchestra soup with no flavor. Once again, I'll finish this section by shouting out Davi Vask. Genuinely, it's so rare to find reaction content on this site which is as good as his. He makes great breakdowns of the Soulsborne soundtrack and makes it easy to understand for everyone. I would also rate Drumroll Tony highly in this regard, but he hasn't done much Soulsborne content. I like his videos for the Guilty Gear Strive OST breakdowns. With all that said and done, how is Gehrman mechanically? Gehrman is another great fight. Bloodborne is really ending strong. It was a long road to get here, but the late game fights are glorious. Gehrman takes advantage of his trick weapon to use a varied moveset on the player. It isn't necessarily modular, but has enough going on that it is a standout. The player can be decently overleveled for him if they have completed the DLC, but that's not the worst thing. It doesn't become such a big issue that he may become trivial. In some regards, it's a necessary discrepancy, because defeating Gehrman only to be beaten by Moon Presence can be very anticlimactic. He can still be a decent challenge for many players even when overleveled though. Part of this is because a lot of his attacks can be hard to parry owing to their speed. Make no mistake though, Gehrman has well telegraphed attacks despite the speed, and he even has Artorias' power-up mechanic. The player can interrupt Gehrman or allow him to gain the upper hand for a while. Gehrman is so well done that the true ending actually spoils the final moments of Bloodborne on the mechanical side. Speaking of, Moon Presence. Moon Presence is not able to capture the player character if one has consumed 3 umbilical cords, and thus begins the true final boss. Moon Presence is a neat experiential final boss from a visual and story perspective. It's also neat that the game has an alternate final encounter for a specific ending. It makes a comprehensive playthrough more rewarding overall. Mechanically, it leaves a lot to be desired. It's got some unique mechanics, like preventing healing and reducing a player to 1 HP, which can make the boss super imposing. But the actual attacks from this eldritch horror are just as spammy, visually ambiguous, and half-baked as the rest of the monster bosses. I don't know why Bloodborne is so in love with making monster bosses cover the screen with hitboxes. Monster bosses could be made as well done as the best of the humanoid bosses, but we've yet to see it and now won't see it. This is the last one. It's a shame too, because the game is the monster hunting game. We are hunters. This game even added the body part mechanics to make these fights more engaging, which they do, but then these bosses get stuffed full of shitty attacks. All in all, for Moon Presence, it gets points for succeeding in experiential aspects, but it's pretty meh on the mechanical side. It's not shockingly terrible, mechanically, but this is the final boss. The expectation for this boss is much higher than the others. And there we have Bloodborne covered entirely in its mechanics. We do have one final topic before we jump to conclusions though. The game's opening cutscene begins with an old man giving us a blood transfusion. Bloodborne's story is a lot more esoteric than Dark Souls. For clarity here, I won't be discussing and critiquing the lore, but the story. I will reference the lore as it pertains to the story, but the deepest of lore is of little importance to this video. Also, yes, despite these games being renowned for their gameplay and lore, they do have a story that is far more worth discussion than the lore. The stories within these games are supposed to give us the context on why we are doing what we are doing. It should give us a goal and reference point as to why we take the actions we do as characters within the world when along the critical path. This is important for many players, and was done effectively in Dark Souls, as every critical path area and boss was a result of both long-term and short-term goals as presented by the story. Here's the basic rundown of events. We awaken in the clinic and are told through a note to seek Pale Blood to transcend the hunt. We fight through Yharnam and the Scourge of Beasts until we find Rom, the vacuous spider. Killing her reveals the Blood Moon and introduces us to the Mensis ritual, which we are told must be stopped. We progress into the Nightmare of Mensis to defeat Micolash and the Wet Nurse, to free and or kill Mergo to end the Nightmare of Mensis. We are then complete in our task, and Gehrman asks us to lay down our life to reawaken the next day, free of the hunt and the dream. The game then splits off into its various endings. These endings are as follows. One allows us to not fight Gehrman. Instead, we allow him to kill us so that we can awaken the next day. If we kill Gehrman without consuming 3/3 cords, then we are taken in by the Moon Presence and replace Gehrman's role as the host of the Hunter's Dream. The final ending occurs if we consume 3/3 chords. We defeat the moon presence and ascend into an infant Great One. This summary I gave details the instances whereby we receive direction from the game as to why we are doing the actions that we take along the critical path. As you can see, from the early game all the way to Rom, there is very little direction. I believe this is largely intentional on the part of Bloodborne. The reason why there is so much ambiguity within a lot of this story is not only because of FromSoft's usual style of ambiguous storytelling, but also to add to the mysterious and unexplainable elements of cosmic horror. Cosmic horror is largely defined by that which cannot be explained. Both the lore and story of Bloodborne have far more intrigue and unsolved questions than that of prior entries, and a lot of that is surrounding the more eldritch elements. We know quite a lot about the Healing Church and Yharnam and the various factions, but less is known about the different nightmares, Rom, and the Great Ones. Even the notion of pale blood right at the start of the game has no concrete answer. The best I've seen as an answer to this is that the eldritch creatures we fight generally have pale cream-coloured blood. Ultimately, this comes down to the question of whether this is good or not. While more direction in some instances would definitely be an improvement. In Dark Souls, if a player was regularly speaking to NPCs and paying attention, there was little to no confusion as to why the player character is going anywhere or doing anything. All the way from the beginning to the end, there was context given as to the events within the critical path. Bloodborne does not have this throughout much of the game. I cannot tell you why we kill Rom. There are no answers here, and that's one of the strangest ones, as it's largely implied that Rom is the one holding back the ritual of Mensis. Bloodborne's cosmic horror aesthetic definitely warrants more ambiguity than Dark Souls, absolutely. I think that this should have been maintained without sacrificing the context of the player within the game's story. You can have incomprehensible elements within a story without sacrificing character motivations. If anything, the more unexplainable elements would greatly improve with better character motivations because, as it stands, so many players have zero clue as to what Bloodborne's story even is. Another issue is that much of the game's direction that does appear along the critical path occurs through written notes. This is vastly inferior to NPC dialogue. NPCs are characters, and as such means that any dialogue being given to the player is through the perspective of a character. The notes are very matter-of-fact and devoid of any character or perspective. The most flavorful notes are mostly lore tidbits instead of anything meaningful to the critical path. If the information given to us via notes in Bloodborne were instead delivered by characters, then the story would have many more opportunities open to it to explore the events and would likely lead to both more intrigue and more context for the player. It'd be the best of both worlds, if it was well written, that is. Notes are a great idea for extra tidbits of lore and details. I wouldn't cut them entirely, but something is lost when information is not delivered by characters with a perspective. Overall, the story of Bloodborne has a lot more going for it than Dark Souls, and that goes for the lore too. But the execution of the story is why Dark Souls edges just a little bit above Bloodborne in terms of quality. Being within the realm of cosmic horror allows for the sort of ambiguity that FromSoft likes to do. Lore within Dark Souls is a neat addition to the story. Lore within Bloodborne is important for giving the sort of experience that cosmic horror is well known for, so it gets praise for that. If there's anything that Bloodborne can be highly praised for, is its tone. The tone and atmosphere provided by the game's various areas, character designs, and story all culminate to create an atmosphere that is unparalleled. Tone and atmosphere was one of Dark Souls' greatest strengths, and Bloodborne managed to surpass Dark Souls in this regard by a landslide. Bloodborne is my go-to game for showcasing what is possible within video games when tone is done masterfully within art direction and atmosphere. The story of Bloodborne isn't mind-blowing. It's slightly worse than Dark Souls, which I would describe as good, not great, but good. However, the work done on Bloodborne's story and lore succeeds in elevating the tone and atmosphere, which is part of what makes Bloodborne so iconic. I would not sacrifice a better story within Bloodborne if it meant that the atmosphere took a hit. In that, I think that Bloodborne succeeds wholeheartedly, especially seeing as the atmosphere within Bloodborne is capturing a much different tone than that of Dark Souls. Dark Souls aimed for melancholy, which it does exceptionally well, but is also easier to generate through the creation of tragedy, without anything backing those tones within the actual writing. Bloodborne has a far more unique tone, which can simply be described as ambiguously unsettling. It's truly a work of brilliance. I may have a lot to say on the mechanics of Bloodborne and places where I think the game fell flat or failed to surpass its prequels, but that cannot be said for this element of the game. Now, it's time to collect this whole video into a final statement and conclusion. Bloodborne is From Software attempting to move the Soulsborne format into a more action-heavy experience. They do this by ramping the speed, reducing the experiential aspects, and adding new mechanics into the framework. They have kept a lot of the base that these games are known for, like animation locking and stamina limitations, but have altered things where they see fit to improve the action experience. This has led to a game that is not ready to go full send on action gameplay despite leaning on these action elements. It has kept many of the RPG elements of the series which are unnecessary for an action experience, like weapon durability, but these can often get in the way of Bloodborne rather than improve it. The game has a very diverse swath of enemies and bosses, despite many of them not fitting within what makes the action part of these games engaging. With a more action game focus in Bloodborne than prior entries, we should have had more fights like Maria and Orphan of Kos, but we didn't. Within the critical path, the only good standout fights are Gascoigne and Gehrman, the first and last. The game, with all of its focus on action, is simply begging for more mechanics in combat for players to take advantage of, but the combat is still the simple action combat that has defined the series up to this point. With all that said, Bloodborne is still a great game. It has problems, many problems, but it's not a bad game. Bloodborne does many things excellently, like atmosphere, meaningful combat, a grounded aesthetic maintained from Dark Souls, and, when it's trying, some truly fucking amazing boss fights. It was a really good attempt at making Souls combat more action-heavy, and in many instances did succeed. The rally system is great, the movement is great, the parry system was an improvement, the backstab mechanics are an improvement, the limb damage mechanics on bosses is fantastic. This game can be seen as an upgrade in as many ways as it can be seen as a downgrade. Bloodborne is a good example of very high highs and very low lows. It's doing a lot right to improve these games, but it's also the shifting point. Next is Dark Souls 3. And Bloodborne had a major impact on the mechanics of that game, which I cannot wait to explore next. What made Dark Souls 1 special was the experiential elements. Dark Souls is more than just a hard action game. It is trying to be more than that by breaking standard conventions, and Bloodborne is too, but more so within presentation and tone than mechanics. Once combat becomes the focus of these games, they need to adapt and improve said combat. Bloodborne has done so just enough to make the reduction in experiential elements worth it, because many experiential moments were attempted in Bloodborne, even if it didn't succeed with all of them. For that, Bloodborne gains massive props. Bloodborne is great, it is massively flawed, but the positives far outweigh the negatives. I will not ascribe a number to it, as number ratings for media are, well, complicated. I do truly think the game is worth playing, and personally, I love the game. I truly missed playing it during the time of my life where I didn't own a Sony system. Thank you all so much for watching this video. Next up is Dark Souls 3, which will be an extremely interesting discussion. Dark Souls 3 is an actual sequel, as opposed to a spiritual sequel. It'd be very hard to do damage to Dark Souls 1 retroactively inside of a different IP, as opposed to... Wait. No. No.
No one's ever really gone.
If you have yet to see my critique of Dark Souls 1, then I would highly recommend it. There will be a video or two between this one and the Dark Souls 3 video. In that video, I will be able to reference Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne, so I assume it'll be the longest one so far. I'll take a wild guess and say that the Elden Ring video will probably be the longest one, but who knows. Even though I will be releasing videos between this one and Dark Souls 3, note that I will not let this series go unfinished, and the Dark Souls 3 video is being worked on. I will be working on it in the background while smaller videos are also in the works. Also, as a quick side note, please do not watch the original Elden Ring video on my channel if this video leads you to others I've created. I made it very early on and do not see it as up to my new standard of video making. If you want to help me get these videos out faster, then please support me on Patreon. You can do so from as little as £1 a month. YouTube memberships are also enabled if you'd prefer that method of showing support. The tiers on there should be identical to the Patreon ones. Please only do so if you can afford to financially. But if you cannot support me through that avenue, and you still want to show me support, then please consider liking and subscribing, as that does help with the algorithm substantially. I do stream every now and again, if that is something you're interested in, by the way. I'm still unsure if I want to stream on here or on Twitch, so please let me know which you'd prefer. Lastly, I'd like to give a huge, massive thank you for the response and support given to my Dark Souls video. I couldn't be more grateful. Never in a million years did I think it would blow up like that. Thank you again for watching. Goodbye.